me, mayohosko, coming to you at 60 frames per second in 4K resolution. No sugar, no filler, just real whole egg, and welcome to my channel.
Be sure to like, comment, share, subscribe, and ring that notification bell. It is very important that you subscribe to the mayohosko channel because you can help mayohosko on the journey to interact with as many different people from the LEGO Online YouTube community as possible. I love this community and I love everyone watching this video. I go live every Friday night in North America at 9 PM Eastern, and I will always go that time because that's where I know the eyeballs are. So I thank you for watching. You can find me on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, my Facebook fan club, Discord, and Pinterest using links in the description, or go to my website, mayohosko.weebly.com, for all of my links and other external information. You can also choose to invest in the mayohosko channel using the Patreon and Rakuten links in the description. I'm glad that you have chosen to watch the mayohosko channel. You have made a wise choice. I hope that you will come back again, and I hope to see your name in the comments in the future. Thank you for watching.
Welcome to part 3 of Ninjago Month, everybody. I hope everyone's had a good week. I hope everyone who has somebody to love had a good Valentine's Day. I hope all of the American sports fans enjoyed the Super Bowl, because I didn't, you know. For obvious reasons, I did not enjoy the Super Bowl, but we're going to move on. I actually enjoyed the day after the Super Bowl better than the day of the Super Bowl, because on Valentine's Day, I built these roses. What's the set number? If I go get the box. Set 40460. I'm not exactly sure what the set name is, but I sure it's got the name Rose in it. Because if you guys remember, to get one of the gift with purchases last year, I tacked on these roses. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to save these until Valentine's Day, because I always like to build some kind of feminine-related Lego set on Valentine's Day. Last year, I built, or it might have been 2 years ago, I built one of the friends' heart boxes. I did that as a time lapse. Yeah, I did that as a time lapse. And this year I was like, you know what? I'm going to save these roses that I built last year, that I bought last year for Valentine's Day. So that's exactly what I did. And I think these roses are really beautiful. I just got done talking with TJ about it beforehand, but I bought, I was like, you know what, there's 2 of these roses in this set. So I don't know what to do with the other rose that's a little bit more droopy, because I wouldn't want to put more than 2 roses in one vase, of which I've just used an alcoholic glass to hold this rose. So I was like, you know what? Why don't I just give the droopy rose to my mother as a token of appreciation, not just a token of appreciation, but also a fuck you to people who say that I am not appreciative of the good things in my life, because for some reason people do not think, well, people in real life do not, close by me, do not think I am appreciative of all of the great things that the world has given me, and they are wrong. They are lying. They are lying out of their fucking assholes. So anytime I can get the one up on people, I will be glad to do so. And I did it right in front of my father's face as well, so that both of my parents could share that sentiment. But anyway, that's enough ranting. I really like this rose, and some people, if you follow me on Instagram, would have seen a picture of me. Yeah, a picture of me with the rose in my mouth, like you see in all of those cheesy Valentine's Day love, romance, comedy movies. And the origin of that was that I was on the Hive stream and I had just got done building this rose. I'll angle this down so you can see the water that is represented by trans blue stud pieces. I built this before the Hive stream on the Brick Hive channel, on an Instagram live stream that some of you guys were there for. And I was doing all of those cheesiness that you do on Valentine's Day. And I decided just to put the rose in my mouth on a camera for that. And then I asked someone to screen cap an image of the screen of me with the rose in my mouth. And so it was TMOG217 who was able to do that. And if you're following TMOG217 on Instagram, you might have seen that screen cap in his Instagram stories. And then someone must have screen capped TMOG217's screen cap, posted it as a meme in my Discord server, and I'm glad they did that, because then I was able to save that image to my phone, and then I was able to make an Instagram post about it. I can't remember who it was. I'm going to have to go back to my Discord server and check, but thank you to whoever that was, and thank you to TMOG217, because now I have an adorable image of myself with a rose in my mouth. But anyway, that's enough out of that. Hope everyone had a good Valentine's Day. If you have somebody to love, because, and I'll do it again, I certainly had a happy Valentine's Day. Hello, TJ.
Hi.
Okay, so let's get on with the builds.
So
today I'll be building two sets. I'll be building Ninjago and I'll be building the Boulder Blaster.
Nice. Two very good sets. Say the Boulder Blaster is probably the superior of those two.
Yeah, yes, I agree. And also because one of the reasons I like it is because, one, it has sand green elements in it. You can see those 1x2 cheese grater cheese slopes, as I call them, or the 1x2, I think it's 30-degree cheese slopes with the grill in it. They're in a sand green. And also we get Izor in there, and Izor is one of my favorite Ninjago characters because of the mohawk.
Yeah, he's cool. Y'all may have noticed this little thing here on my table.
Yes, let's get a full screen on that, because that looks interesting.
Yeah, this thing that I'm working on, this is the Ninjago mock that I'm working on, hopefully bringing to Brick World. And this is where it is so far. Most of the it's modular, so you can detach the back two and the front two. The back two base plates doesn't have too much on it. It's still a work in progress, but I've added that part in the front. I've started working out the walls, and I've laid out all the plates for the back, but I need a bunch of water tiles to complete it. All I did was put water tiles underneath the areas that needed it. And then the front 2 base plates is where a lot more stuff is going on. You guys may have seen on the last Hive stream that I was working on this a bit. I was working on that area. And afterwards, I did this side, made it look a bit better. And that's been pretty much it. And I've been stealing a lot of water tiles from this area. It's just slowly gone around. But hopefully I'll get more eventually in the mail. But yeah, that's pretty much all there is to the mock. Hopefully I'll be displaying this at Brick World Chicago in June. Hopefully it'll be done by then. But today I'm going to be taking apart more Ninjago sets to make space.
And I'm just trying to do something right now. Just trying to get some things posted.
Yeah, let's see. Can I reach this build from where I am? Maybe. But it's a little risky.
Okay, so what I just did is I put up a poll. I put up a poll in the chat because I don't know which one of these sets to build first. So please go and answer that poll. Should I build the Overlord Dragon first? Or should I build the Boulder Blaster first? Have your say in the poll. And also, if you aren't already, well, if you like Minecraft and you want to see me playing Minecraft over on Twitch, consider clicking the link in the pinned comment and come and follow me over on Twitch. Because for those who don't know, I play Minecraft on Saturday mornings, 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, which in Australia is 12 a.m. midnight on Sunday. So, and we've got Dead Bricks. Hey, Dead Bricks.
Hey, Mayo. Hey, Titanium. Sorry if I wasn't here last week.
Yeah, I know that you had some complications. Yeah, so how's your week gone at Dead Bricks?
It's been good. I've just been sleeping way too much.
I know that feeling. Have you built any Ninjago sets in that time?
No, I only built like one set. It's just a Miles Morales buildable figure.
Oh, nice. Okay, so 7 votes so far. Looks like Overlord Dragon is winning. We'll give that another 6 more minutes, and whatever that is at the end of the 6 by 12:50 p.m. Australian Central Daylight Time, I'll build whichever that is. I think I've got some DMs.
Macro, it depends on the set. If I want to keep it intact and I want to rebuild it eventually, it goes into a Ziploc bag. If I don't, it gets sorted. And for Ninjago, it's a case-by-case basis. This will be put in a Ziploc bag because I eventually want to have this built again. But I don't have room. So it's got to go.
Okay. So let's see who is in the chat. Actually, let me put the banner up. Yeah, so now that I've got my now that I've got my Twitch schedule nailed down, I've got to redo this.
Be sure to like, comment, share, subscribe,
so that I can add the Twitch in. And also I've got to edit all of my descriptions again to add my Twitch. So, of course, we have StreamYard, but we've also got Stud Sidious, Titanium J, who is on the panel, Eggplant Head, YOLO X, Nate, Mr. Blue, Tree of Ore 2, long time no see, a Chip of the Old Block Toys. I addressed your question in your DMs. Hoarder 66, Makro Bricks, you have an invitation because you said that you wanted an invitation, because we definitely love to hear about Kowloon City. Gladiator Bricks Production, no, so Creations. I always want to say Productions because that was your former name. Axel Play. Oh, Axel Play. Wow, it's late. It's late for you. And Garage Land Studios. Yeah, you come to my channel only for TJ, hey? Yeah, so it turns out Captain Matt is on a family vacation. He's in Cairns right now. So yeah, so unfortunately he will not be making an appearance in Ninjago Month, which kind of sucks, but family comes first. Anyway, let's get some music going on. And we have 11 people watching right now. Just adjust this. Okay. Alrighty. Also, again, I will reiterate that I'm on. Okay, Stud City is back. So once again, I will reiterate that I am on the hunt. I am on the hunt for as many koalas as possible. So if you have any extra koalas that you've bought by the blind bags and you don't need them anymore, my DMs are open for you to propose a trade. Because for example, Makro Bricks and I arranged a while ago that he would send me 3 koalas if I traded him 2 orcs and one of the spacemen. Oops, that one doesn't have the baby. It's got he dropped the baby. Now that baby is gonna have mental issues for the rest of his life. But if anyone wants to propose any similar trades, definitely send me a DM. And I know that several people are after the orcs too. They're one of the more popular figures. But I will say that I will not be trading any of the Falcons or of the spacemen. I made an exception for Mark because as a Patreon pledger, you get certain benefits over the regular viewers. Okay. I don't know particularly, but it would be great to end up with 10 koalas, including the 3 I got from my case of them. Because I've got all of these Series 24 CMFs that is up for trade. If anyone is struggling to find any, if you don't want to spend the money to get a whole case, and you're just going through the blind bags and you're not good at feeling through the blind bags, just hit me up and propose a trade. And we have Tasman Bricks. Hey Taz, nice to see you. And always fun times on Twitch on Friday nights. and now I have a reason to wake up on Sunday mornings because I'm studying the guide.
I did, however, I did fill the swear jar quicker than what Mrs. Taz did last night when I dropped a fart and woke her up. I filled that swear jar in seconds. It was full, overflowing full. I was not a happy Tassie.
Okay, it is dead even. It is dead even between the Boulder Blaster and the Overlord Dragon, 50% each. So you know that we have had some stragglers that have come on in. So if anyone hasn't already voted on the poll, make sure to get your votes in the next 2 minutes, because that'll decide which of these two sets I will be building first, between the Boulder Blaster and where is it? Between the Boulder Blaster and the Overlord Dragon. So let's go back through the chat and see if there's any people here that have a stinger. Well, technically, actually no, not going to do that. But I can do this. Whenever I've gotten onto people's live streams, and we have Makro Bricks in the studio. Anyone else? Did I see? No, I haven't seen that person yet, so we can't play that yet. Okay. Yeah, okay, that's all. That's all. I just need to clean up my table a little bit. So I am going to angle this down now. Get my tripod out of the way. And I would like to remind everybody that this time next week, I will be hosting a sorting party. So if anyone has any Lego that needs sorting, feel free to ask for the link for you to register. If anyone has any pieces that need sorting, or if anyone has any sets that need disassembling, then feel free to request the sign-up sheet, and I'll send you the sign-up sheet. And I have decided that I'm going to put all of these spare pieces from these Ninjago sets into this Pringles can, and I'll probably sort away everything from this Pringles can this time next week on Ninjago Month. No, sorry, this time next week on the sorting party. I know that TJ's already said that he's got a whole bunch of Ninjago minifigures that need breaking down. Because if you do collect an action theme like Ninjago or Marvel or Star Wars, you're going to wind up with a lot of different minifigure accessories because of all of the weapons and stuff.
And if you collect Ninjago, it's a lot of duplicate ninja. Duplicate ninja suits. Well, actually, that depends on the character. Sometimes you don't get duplicates of certain ninja. Like, usually Zane or Nia.
Oh, actually, I should have done this because we have multiple people from Good Morning Brick World up in here.
It's your boy JP. What's up, Mayo? I like
Somebody
that.
say Mayo. Did you say Mayo? You just say Mayo. Somebody said Mayo. I heard Mayo.
I don't know, but I like that, man. And I even like how I read that. It's your boy.
Exactly. JP
Boy.
up in here. Yeah.
Okay, already seeing some comments about the sorting party. I get these kind of comments all the time, and they're really funny. because Gladiator Bricks Creation says, you could sort through my collection if you're willing to make a really long trip. Lol, someday I need to sort my Lego. Well, you have access to the sign-up sheet over in the live stream gang. And Taz says, I've got a ton to sort through at the moment. Well, if you're not busy next Saturday, if you would like to sort, if you would like to attempt to sort through some of your Lego, I'll definitely send you the sign-up sheet if you think you might have the time. Because the great thing about a sorting party is it's not just doing it alone. I don't like to sort unless there's multiple people on, because without there being multiple people on and having a good engaging conversation, it just gets a little bit boring. Okay. Let's refresh this again. Let's refresh. Okay. Oopsie. So we're even Steven with this. So I'm going to, you know what? I'm going to flip a coin. Let me go get a coin because the poll is even.
For those of you who are wondering, I'm currently disassembling the Ninjago Temple of Madness from the Prime Empire season. That was back in 2020. I love the set, but I don't have space, and it needs to be disassembled for the time being.
I don't have a coin on me. I must have spent all my money. So you know what? I'm gonna go get a dice. I'm gonna go get a dice. Sorry, dice is plural. I'm gonna go get a die from my other room to settle this debate. So feel free to say as many lines as you want, because you know that's a running joke if you guys don't know.
Yeah, Mayo should have a coin in his room. Doesn't make sense to not have a coin in your room. That was a really bad pun. I shouldn't have said that.
So I've been doing a lot of research about Lego organization.
Mm-hmm.
And like there's like two ways I can do it with like sets wise is like you can keep them together in zipper pouches, or you could keep them in like disassembled in Ziploc bags.
Yeah.
But if you keep them built in bags, like there's potential that there will be rips.
Yeah, that's why I always disassemble mine. If they're going in bags.
Okay, here is a die. If it's an odd number, or if it's an odd number, I will build the Overlord Dragon. If it's an even number, I will build the Boulder Blaster first. Let's get a good roll. It is an odd number, so I'll build the Overlord Dragon first. Now let's get out the Stanley knife. Yeah, do you have any wall drawers,
Yes, I have like 4 large ones. Wait, no, 5 large ones, 2 medium-sized ones, and like 3 very small ones.
Because I would not suggest storing things in bags unless they are whole minifigures. Because you said something about a sleeve. So this is a used in box set. And Mark, if you're if you're still out there, Tmog217 may or may not make an appearance on this episode. Because I know that Mark was asking, are you going to get Tmog on Ninjago Month? That was months ago. And then when Tmog was the one to capture me with the rose in my mouth, and I asked him the question, and he said if he can get off work, he's going to try and make an appearance. So just so that I can get this right, I am going to disassemble this.
I remember when the Overlord Dragon was released, and everyone in the Ninjago community was like, we're going to get a bunch of villain and other builds that we just never got before in LEGO. We were so excited, and then it never happened.
Legacy had so much potential.
Yeah, it's a shame they discontinued it. I want them to bring it back. In fact, if they do bring it back, that'll probably end up being the majority of the Ninjago I buy. Because, you know, I love Ninjago, but I'm not as into the newer stuff as I am the older stuff.
Yeah, because speaking of the city of Bricks over on the Makro Bricks channel, he has a part of his city which is based upon Kowloon Walled City, and that incorporates a mix of Ninjago, Monkey Kid, Friends, and Creator 3-in-1 sets.
Yeah, Macro, I hope you're making room for Ninjago City Markets.
Yeah, and especially because that set that TJ's been talking about all Ninjago Month is gonna come out soon. You might have to readjust your plans to make sure.
Yeah,
you can fit that thing.
That's June 1st is the rumored release date.
Do you own any of those Ninjago modulars, Dead Bricks?
I only own Ninjago City Gardens.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat.
So were you not heavy into Lego when the original one came out?
Kinda. I was still into Lego, just like I didn't have the funds back then.
Yeah.
Yeah, same for me. I'd already bought well, with the Ninjago movie sets, there's just a lot of them. And I didn't have a lot of money for Lego at the time. And then when the docs came out, I was struggling to get most of the Hunted Wave. So those two modulars just passed me by. But fortunately, I was able to get the gardens. Went to the Lego store. Day one release, I was one of, I think, 14 or 15 people in line. I was the second person in line, I think. second or third.
I'm pretty sure that Mark actually has a whole what is it? Spiel about going and buying the Ninjago City on day one. He said a couple times. Oh, that's a nice piece. I don't know why, but whenever I see this piece on a build, it always makes me think of the 9-volt trains. Which the 9-volt trains are probably, in my opinion, the best looking trains, even though I think that the 12-volt trains are the best era of Lego trains, because it was the playability was like an actual model railway. Let's see some people. We've got Scott's Blocks. Hey, Scott. And I thought I saw someone else. Yeah, and we got Chef T. Hey, Chef. So we got to play this for Scott.
PPP.
The Wii! Duh!
And the reason I am disassembling this set is not because I want to have the experience of putting it back together, but just to make sure that nothing was built wrong. And we have Johnny G. And Johnny G always says hello to a certain someone. And we have a clip for that.
Thank you for saying hello to Dude Jude 20 in mayohosko's comments. I just wanted to say that wherever he is, Dude Jude 20 says hi. There, you have an answer. Hello.
Okay, all this is disassembled. And there's Mark. Hey, Mark.
Wrong camera.
So
How's it going, Bill?
How's it going?
DJ? Still wrong camera.
Yeah. Yeah, you know that whenever you come into my comments, Scott, I always... If anyone has a channel trailer for their channel that's under 60 seconds, and you'd like to get people to join your marketing team for free, one of the best ways you can get me to join your marketing team for free is to send me an MP4 version of your channel trailer. If it's below 60 seconds, send it to mayohosko@gmail.com and I'll consider putting it up in my StreamYard brand. So whenever you come in to the chat, I can play that for you as a stinger. So anyway, how's your week gone, Mark?
I was busy. Good now that it's over. Bunch of long days in there, standard issue. Now it's long weekend up here in Canada. We got Family Day on Monday.
I'm gonna go get a charger, and I know that you're continuing to do stuff with your city, and I'm wondering if you're doing more stuff with Kowloon.
Well, Like you guys mentioned earlier, I definitely got my thoughts on the new Ninjago coming out, whether it's a corner, whether it's going to be a straight, whether it's going to be like a center in between them, or like, you know, like in the middle of the courtyard.
Yeah.
And so far, I'll just have to move, I think, Welcome to Apocalypse for.
Yeah, we don't know how big it's going to be, but I'm assuming at least 48 by 32.
Yeah, I'd say like the same standard size as the rest of them.
Yeah.
Somewhere in there. If it's the last one they're doing, maybe they'll make it a hair bigger. What up, Con? Gladiator Brick Productions.
Like, well, except for the docks, they've always gone bigger and better with these modulars.
Yeah, was the docks the same footprint on like length, or was it a little bit longer and the other ones were taller?
Docks was it wasn't as tall, but it was longer than the city. It
Yeah,
was
like
48 by 32, and nothing was detachable. And then the gardens kind of took the base plate footprint of the docks and the height of the city and combined them.
So to me, I think it should be straight, or you know how like you got the gardens, which is a corner, the docks, and then the city. It almost makes kind of like a courtyard. So if that market was like even a 48 by 48 would ever fit in that courtyard behind the docks, I think that would be absolutely epic too. Instead of keep doing a perimeter, fill in. What up, Taz? Cheers, buddy.
Yeah, it's great to have Taz
Cheers.
in the comments. It's always good to see Taz, a friend of the mayohosko channel.
So yeah, I'm just doing some off and on stuff in the city mail tiling, while I kind of contemplate and brainstorm how I'm going to combine these two castles. Ultimately, I want to pull this wing off, like in a perfect world, pull this wing off, take this tree out, make this drawbridge too wide, which would mean I'd probably have to ditch this as well, and somehow come up with a bigger arch or make the two arches look decent with the drawbridges side by side. So I'm just kind of brainstorming.
Yeah, because I know that that for about 6 months now, you've been going back and forth of how to position those things, and in a lot of your Saturday Shenanigans live streams, you've been contemplating how to arrange it.
Underrated. I mentioned it once while I haven't really played with it since I built it, since I did the mirror build, or else it'd already be in pieces.
Yeah.
But it's been brought up, contemplated here and there, but I've never really put a whole lot of thought or effort into it. But that might be coming up here quick.
Yeah. See, now I'm kind of the opposite, because I waited so long to build it to build both of mine after I got them, that I had enough time before I built them to be like, yes, I'm going to build one exactly the way it is, and then I'm going to do X, Y, and Z modifications to this to make it fit well together. And so I did that by default because of subscriber milestones. But that's definitely one of those Lego sets that you kind of have to put a little bit of thought into how to integrate it. Much like how anyone that has the Ninjago modulars in their city, I always hear people struggling with the Ninjago modulars more than the regular modulars about how to put it in their city because of the water. Because I can guarantee you, if they did not have the water in them, people would just put them next to their normal modulars and they wouldn't bat an eye. Do you think you'd have an easier time placing them if they didn't have water?
Not me, no, because I got them in their own hub, their own neighborhood, suburb, if you will. It's its own little entity. It could almost be like the original of the city where it started, the downtown, if you will. And then I got the train tracks that divide it, and then the city starts. So it's kind of funny how it works out. And if I really had that issue, I'd pop off water tiles and I'd start adding 1x2 grade tiles for a footpath. I'll just switch it up.
Because I've watched every single one of your Lego City updates besides your last one, because I've been doing homework for the past fortnight, and so I know that Kowloon City has gone through a lot of different reincarnations.
Yeah, when it comes to stuff like that, train yard, amusement park, it's still part of the city. It interacts with the city, but you got to find a way to put like that division, almost like when you're doing decor in a house. You know, you got your living room and you got your dining room. You got to find a way to somehow make it a seamless divide, so to show that they're kind of two different, even though it's one cohesive. It's hard to explain, but
yeah. I imagine if you have a city on Mills plates, it's a bit easier to integrate the Ninjago modulars.
that would make sense. You could just flow a river down or something. That's right. Change some elevations.
Yeah, because you've already got it a brick up, so that would require, I think, less modification.
I almost look at those Ninjago modulars as its own. Yeah, it's like its own city. It's like the Schonenberg of Chicago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
And
think
what
I could
And what
totally
I'm
see
saying
them.
is that if they didn't have the water, I think less people would be inclined to do what you've done, Mark, and what a lot of other city builders have done, and make that their own separate district.
Well, they shouldn't be so girly about it. Just switch the water out, put in a bunch of gray tiles, make it a footpath, make it bigger.
Yeah, because honestly, when I build in Ninjago City Gardens at 700 subscribers, which I'm 181 away from, because I think I gained 2 subscribers on my last short that got me 1,700 views, and then actually a very nice someone from when I was watching a Tasman Bricks Twitch stream last night, someone from his chat kindly subscribed to me, so thank you. So we gained 3 subscribers this week, which means I'm only 181 away from building the Ninjago City Gardens. When I do build that, I don't think I'm going to put the water on it, because I think if I do build it with the water, then it'll restrict where I place it in the future. And I'm going to build that, just putting it on a display shelf, much like how when I build the jazz club, I'm going to put that on a display shelf. I'm not actually going to put it in my city.
Oh, I didn't know you didn't put the jazz club in your city. Good
Well,
to know.
I'm saving that for April so that I can finish it on a birthday live stream. But whenever I do build the jazz club, I'm not going to put it in my city. Because now that I've committed to collecting all of the straight modulars, unless I don't like them, like I don't really like the bookshop, because I think it's much like the pet shop, how only 1/6 of the building is the title name of the building, and most of the other stuff is just residential. I have a bias against modulars that have a lot of residential in it, but a lot of people really like those because it's a cheap, quick and easy way to add residents into your city, which is what you've done, Mark.
Yeah, that's another good point. I've actually gotten quite a few comments. It adds a look to an actual city. It gives an actual feel when you take, whether you modify it or whether you keep them the same. But when you got 4 or 5 townhouses in a row. Or if you take a set and you make it taller, like I know Hoosier does a lot of that, and you got now a condo, or even Daryl Venomous Bricks, he has, like a condo tower, if you will. But it adds to that feel of density. Yo, Cliff, yo!
No.
Hey, that's what I should work on. I got the DeLorean place. I wanted to go make a Technic holder to kind of hold the DeLorean back end up just a little bit, kind of at an angle, so it looks like it's...
And we have Country Bricks Build Craze. Hey Shane.
What up? Cheers, Shane.
And let me know if your computer stuff is fixed, because whenever it does get fixed, we'll if it's already fixed and you want to come on talk about a Ninjago, I'd be willing to do that. But if it's not, I'd love to have you on future live streams.
Yeah. But I was gonna.
Sorry, go ahead, TJ.
Nah, I was gonna say that I could see Ninjago dropping a new modular every 2 to 3 years. I think it could have. They're too big and too expensive to drop every year like they do the standard modulars. But I think like every couple of years. I think
that'd be a trend I'd get behind. To be honest, I'd totally support that.
Yeah. So it's something I hope we see, to be honest. Because
Aren't they already releasing a new one every 2 years now?
Well, I mean, they had the docks in 2018, and I think the city was still on shelves at the time. They retired them.
Oh, because I almost thought the docks was 2019.
No, it was summer 2018. So then you had 2019, 2020, and then winter 2021 is when they released the gardens. And now summer 2023, they're releasing the markets, supposedly. So I think that's every 2.5 years.
Yeah, it works out. Yeah.
Yeah. So other than the city and the docks, the spacing between them, which was kind of an outlier, I think 2.5 years, if we could see a pattern, I'd be down for it. I think a lot of people would be down for it.
I would be.
And I think Lego saw just how interested people were in the Ninjago modulars when the gardens came out.
Those are some of the funnest Lego sets. Don't get me wrong, the modulars are good, the castle's good, Ecto 1, DeLorean's good. I'm sure if you're into Technic, hey, that garbage is good too. But those Ninjago big modular city sets are chopped full of build techniques, character, intrigueness. It just keeps you wanting more as you build it.
Yeah.
Just great sets. And if you want to mirror build them or get them back to back, they almost encourage that. You could buy 2 city, 2 docks, 2 gardens, build them mirror builds, and you'd have just one epic layout.
Yeah.
It'd be so dense, so filled in. It looked great.
Dead Bricks doesn't have a lot of those problems because
if anyone's looking for the original city and docks, you want to put your wallet through some pain.
Yeah. If you want the original city and docks, you better do it now.
Yeah, that's right. You better do it now before that next one comes out.
They're already somewhere.
TNFs.
They're in between 2 and 3 times the price right now, and once the next modular comes out, they're just gonna skyrocket.
Well, that original city is gonna be, what's it at right now? It's gonna be around $1,000 American.
I think it's around 800 or so is what I see. I think that's some of the lower ends. Yeah, and the docks as well. The docks is 100 underneath the city just because it had such a limited production run.
Yeah, which surprised me because the docks, honestly, it kind of sucked.
Yeah, the docks did. I liked the docks, but I kind of liked that layout of it a lot better, and the fact that the back had more detail than
Yeah, it
Ninjago
looked
City did.
cool. Just
But
wasn't
it just
fun.
wasn't as visually imposing as the city, I suppose. And and people, I guess, didn't think there'd be any more Ninjago modular, so they were just like, we'll pass. And then the third one came out, and everyone went
They
after
started
it.
scrambling.
Yep.
Oh yeah. Yeah, speaking of which, it puts Chicago in the bag because just the other day I sealed the small Ecto 1 and the Ghostbusters headquarters.
Oh,
Oh,
nice.
nice.
So I got a decent penny for those compared to what I paid for them. So that went into the Brick World fund so I can eat. And
Yeah.
drink.
I
Which
was
means-
before news of this modular dropped, I was considering getting either the city or the docks, or maybe both, at Brickworld Chicago, but I don't think that's going to happen anymore.
Why? Because this is going to drop and it's going to go up, or what? It can be harder
Well,
to find.
partly because the prices are going to go way up, and the other is that I'm going to want to buy the new one, and it's coming out in June. And even if it ends up coming out later than that, I'm still going to want to have the money set aside.
Yeah, you think that's going to be what, like 500 for you guys down there?
Oh, it's going to be $370 is the rumor price in the US.
That's not bad. 370
Yeah.
for you guys. So it's going to be 500 for us. Easy, probably 499 up here.
Yeah, it's the most expensive Ninjago modular.
I hope
Why?
it fits into the courtyard in the back behind the three of them.
Yeah.
That would
And
be
it'll probably be the 550 or 650 here. 550 or 600 here.
probably be a clean cut 900 for you guys, Mayo. You guys are always getting robbed in Australia.
Well, see, I've done the math several times, and normally it's just because of shipping charges.
How come you did the math several times? It didn't work out the first two, or what?
No, for several different sets, and every
several different sets, my bad.
every time I've done the math on any given set, and it's always really every set over $100 in this country. When you take out the conversion with the currency exchange, it's always going to be about it's always going to be $10 to $50 overpriced than what it should be because of the shipping. The more expensive the set is, the more of it you can say, well, that's down to shipping charges. Because at the time the 90th anniversary parcel was released, it was a $400 set, and with the exchange, that should have been 570 Australian dollars, but it was a 600 for global shipping. And a lot of the $100 sets, they end up being about $10 to $15 overpriced after the currency exchange, and you mark that down to the international shipping charges. And for the first time in a long time, we have Hoosier Bricks. Hey, Hoosier.
And yes, Axel played that'd be around that price for all three of them, because I think, yeah, the combined of the first two is about $1,500.
Man, I'm excited now that you guys brought that up. We're all talking about it.
Yeah, I am very hyped. I'd love to go back and get the first two, but they're too expensive. I'm worried about the brown bricks in them, and I want to build my own anyway, so not really much of a point.
Well, if you ever make the road trip to Canada, TJ, I'll make it worth your while. Drive home with them sealed.
Ooh.
Don't have to worry about them brown bricks. As long as you click them together straight. And all my used, not used, but sealed Lego sets, I do offer warranty. I offer tail light warranty. When I cannot see your tail lights anymore, your warranty is over.
What if I stream my tail lights?
Yeah. You might get a couple extra hours of warranty out of it, but and
What
any
if you get
set with
the high
ground,
beam?
I would not buy used.
What if you get those high beam tail lights?
Wow, just don't make a left or right turn and you'll be good. As long as you go straight through the prairies.
And we have Brick Hive. Hey Hive.
What's up, Hive?
Happy
So
weekend.
another way, we've already done this, but now we can do it again.
It's your boy JP. What's up, Mayo? I like
Somebody
that.
say Mayo. Did you say Mayo? You just say Mayo. Somebody said Mayo. I heard Mayo.
I don't know, but I like that, man. And I even like how I read that. It's your boy.
Exactly. JP
Boy.
up in here. Yeah.
It's your boy.
Yeah, that
So
reminds
true.
me, Mayo. I need to just get you a TJ look clip.
Yeah,
That's,
because we
that's all you
were
need.
we were talking about that. If you have that as an MP4 file, you can send that to my email. Then I can download it to my computer and put it up in my StreamYard link. So, because whenever I say that Grogu must die, I can play that in the background. Because I joined the dark side long before wanting Grogu to die was a part of the dark side. Because I always thought that Grogu was a corporate shill. I think a lot of things in life are corporate shills. And as much as I enjoyed building the rose, as much as I enjoyed building the rose on Valentine's Day, and put it in a wine glass because I don't have a small enough vase, and I put Cran's blue 1x1 pieces in it to look like water. I think Valentine's Day is a corporate shill.
I hope you gave that rose to your mom, Mayo, or your sister, or else you're gonna have to make fun of you for buying it in the first place.
Yeah, because that's exactly what I did. I didn't know what to do with the rose that has the droopy stem, so I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna give it to my mother. And that's what I did. And also to continue a conversation we were having earlier this week, homework is for taxpayers.
Oh gosh, the fire temple. Ooh, that's expensive, and the brown on it is probably all toast because it's from that era when the brown was really brittle. But that set is pretty expensive now. Temple of Resurrection, I don't know how much that's going for. I don't usually look at the sets that I already have.
I think it's going upwards to like 200 at most, but don't quote me on it.
Oh wow. Yeah, it does have several exclusive figs, I think. Yeah, Harumi and Hutchins, and
Need more than that.
I know Cole might be exclusive. Maybe exclusive by combination of pieces.
Hello, Joseph Naylor. Nice to see you. And talk about expensive stuff. I know that you've got a lot of expensive stuff at Dead Bricks.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to
but I just don't know which ones are expensive. All I know is that you have a lot of expensive stuff.
I racked up the credit card. I mean, I got most of my expensive stuff when I first got back into Lego. Now it's even more expensive, so thank goodness a guy got in on that. Still kicking myself in the butt. I got back into Lego probably like 3 years, maybe 2 years too late, just after the last castle line, which I'm sure I would have been big into had I known about it.
Yeah, there's a lot of sets that we all regret not buying. I can't really think of any new sets. I can't really think of any sets from when I started buying Lego with my own money that I regret not buying. That I was at least never able to see on the shelves.
There might be one or two that I forget about. If someone brought them up, I might be like, oh yeah, but definitely nothing that's been itching on the FOMO side. There's nothing really jumping out at me that I'm like, oh, I totally missed that. A couple of the Technic construction sets would have been cool, but that's a whole nother shelf space I don't even have. So
Yeah. Ninjago movie bounty for me. Like I feel worse about missing that one than I do about missing the first two modulars.
is that the big Destiny's bounty shit?
Yeah, from 2017.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got the Legacy one, which is one of two bounties that I own. I also have the 2015 version, which I think is not everyone's favorites. But you know, that's fine. But yeah, I do wish I'd gotten that movie one.
That one I feel like is Welcome to Apocalypseburg. A lot of people were gonna get it, but kind of waited, and then just kind of somehow got out of reach, got out of hand. And now there's not a whole lot of them out there.
Yeah, the bounty isn't as expensive. The movie bounty, I mean, it's like I think it's like 100, 150 over what the retail was, depending on how good of quality you want.
Yeah, but that's all that brittle brown in it. That's why.
Yeah, that's part of it.
Keeping the cost low.
Yeah, but I've considered going after it. Okay, that is. I've just disassembled the Destructoid. That was a rebooted set. One of my favorite sets for a long time, but out of space for it. Gotta put other things up.
Yeah, out of all those sets I've built, Ninjago City, original or the Gardens, it could be a flip of the coin. Those are my absolute all-time favorite set. Out of everything I've ever built, Patrick Barracuda Bay was pretty cool. Castle is pretty cool too, though.
I don't really regret buying a lot of stuff because I don't want to go down a rabbit hole. I knew that Ninjago City was really cool when it came out, but I didn't buy it because I knew they were going to do more in the future. Because when they come up with such an awesome come up with such an awesome idea like a line of Ninjago modulars, of course they're going to do more and more. And I knew I didn't want to go down that rabbit hole. But a lot of people have gone down that rabbit hole and devoted whole sections of their collection to it. Because I
like all the build experience, but regrets. A lot of the Lego movie it's not needed. It's just sitting there, but it was fun to build. The UCS gunship, great build, super fun, but the way how big it is and the wings, I don't even have anywhere to display that. Sitting under a garbage bag right now.
Yeah. I've thought about the gunship, but I don't have the space or the money for it, so.
Like this Lego movie set, fun build, very cool colors. The box art looked epic. but it just sits there. I don't got a use for this anywhere. It'd be hard to even make a scene in the Lego City for it.
Because that's the Rexcelsior, isn't it?
I think the Rexcelsior is the big fist, isn't it? This is a small one. This might be the Rexcelsior, but I think there's two ships. I can't remember what the hell's which. I
Because
thought
I
the
remember
Rexcelsior was
think
actually
there was a lot of breakable models.
I think the Rexcelsior is the big fist.
Yeah, and this is just whatever. I'd have to go.
Yeah,
pull
this
it up.
this was some dropship that like came out of it.
That's a set I regret not getting is the Secret Police or Secret Service Police dropship from the original Lego movie. That thing
Yeah.
looks cool. Same kind of shape too.
I found the Lego movie on one of my on a cable TV this week, and so I watched it again, and I found an error in the movie. You know the scene in Cloud Cuckoo Land where all of the master builders get together in the dog, and Vitruvius is announcing all of the names of the master builders. He says, and they show off Shaquille O'Neal and two of the unlicensed basketball players that have the NBA lettering on their logo. He says they were 2002 NBA All-Stars, but no, it was 2003. So that's something I didn't notice before, is they messed up those years.
That's pretty funny that you caught that.
And we have Stud Sidious. Hey, Stud.
Well,
Oh, Sidious.
including most of the Lego community that don't know sports ball or hate it. The Lego designers don't know it either.
Ball.
Oh, I guess. Well, wasn't it Warner Brothers who would have done all that scripting? Because technically, it was a Warner Brothers movie licensed by Lego.
I haven't seen many of the NBA figures. I just know that Lego did that cool thing with the basketball with the springs that you can actually like kind of shoot the balls into the hoop. For kids, I thought that was a pretty cool idea.
Exactly, because make sure to follow the instructions, or you'll be put to sleep. And don't forget, it's Taco Tuesday next week. Because
I'm gonna go for 30 minutes.
Because my favorite scene. Sorry to interrupt. I did break, but my favorite scene from the movie is honestly where they're making fun of how out of scale food pieces are. That's honestly my favorite part about the movie. And now my second favorite part about the movie is when they say 2002 NBA instead of 2003.
With the Lego movie or Ninjago movie? Which movie are you talking about?
The Lego movie. They make fun about how out of scale food.
Oh yeah, the oversized of it. Yeah. But that's what I love about the Lego universe from a minifig point of view. I kind of like that.
Lego's like construction, Axel. It's good, fast, and cheap in construction. Pick any two, you don't get the third one. Good, fast, and cheap. Pick any two. Lego collecting is time, space, and money. Pick any two, you're probably not going to have the third one, no matter how it works out. Time, space, and money. You can have all the time and money, you ain't got the space because you're living in New York. You can have all the space, maybe you ain't got the time, right?
Yeah, that's another reason why people are always like, why do you break down your sets and don't keep them displayed? I have to, I barely have enough room to keep mocks displayed. And Bloodshop was chewing me out for breaking down some of my older mocks because I didn't have room and I needed the parts and I was just being lazy. And I wanted to use them quickly for another mock instead of searching for parts of my collection. But really, space is an issue, with Lego collectors, man. And around here,
even just storing Lego could take up a full wall in a room.
You don't get space here.
Deep a full wall.
So anyway, what were you going to say earlier, Dead Bricks?
I'll be back in 30 minutes. My phone is kind of overheating at the moment.
Yeah.
I'll be right back. Sorry, y'all.
Yeah.
Cheers, no worries. Watch
Much stuff was all over me because I broke down that Dark Wizard lair mock I made, but I have bigger plans. I want to build like a whole castle for him. So I'll just put that little vignette inside. Like it'll be one room inside the castle. So eventually I'll just rebuild it. But the room is definitely, space is definitely an issue for me.
Yeah, now I'm not paying for StreamYard, but somehow I can get a tagline and Titanium J can get a tagline, so I'm not sure what's up with that.
No, everyone can get a tagline. I'd give Macro and Sidious ones, except I'm not an admin for this one. But Mayo, you can certainly do it if you just can go to edit name. So the edit name and headline is what it says.
Yeah, so when you came into the studio, you've got a default one, and I've got a default one too.
Yeah.
But I have so much sorting to do because my niece, I told Mayo, well, I told Annie Amberlatt too. Unexpectedly, like my sister and my nephew got pneumonia somehow. I guess they had viruses that they didn't believe that they didn't take their medication or whatever, it turned into pneumonia. So I took my niece just to get her off her hands for a little bit. And I gave her all my instruction manuals and all my bins. I'm like, here, build whatever you want. Oh my God, I regret that. She had a great time, but she destroyed it. Like I have to sort everything out. She destroyed my organization completely.
Yeah, you're right, TJ. I can edit people's.
Yeah. Yeah, you can edit. You can just edit
headlines.
people's names and their headlines.
Please don't edit my name. I'd like to be remained as Macro.
Okay. Because I tested one out on you with the Saturday shenanigans.
Oh, nice. Interesting. So you thought that was a paid feature to put that below their name?
Kai is actually the one that had pneumonia, Mayo. That's my one nephew that actually got sick. He was being a little jerk too to his sister. That's why I was like, all right, I'll take her for a while. I'll babysit my niece so the brother doesn't kill her.
Yeah, so someone was saying something about disassembling pieces, and if anyone has any sets that need a disassembling, feel free to register for the sorting party.
I have a lot of sorting to do, dude. I'm not kidding. My niece destroyed every bin I had. She just teared through everything.
I'll make this a new pinned comment. Well, now there's been 19 votes, and now it was too late.
It was cool though to watch my niece because all these instruction manuals I saved up that I don't use. Like she was like amazed to have hundreds of manuals to pick whatever she wanted to build. So that was pretty cool to watch. She had a good time.
And then she just has to go through all your parts and find the parts she needs for that.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. She was complaining about it, and I was like, "Listen, girl, come on, I'm giving you come on, you can't have everything handed to you. Like,
you gotta work for it. Exactly. Pick which one you want. You can have anything in life. You can have anything in life you want. Now you gotta work for it.
Bye,
I mean,
Mr. Blue.
it wasn't that hard. But she's a kid, so she wasn't very patient about it.
Good lesson in life. Pick whichever manual you want. Any dream you want, you can have it. Now is the hard part. You got to get all the pieces.
Yep.
You got to put her together.
TJ, that Ninjago Month is looking awesome. I don't know if you saw the comment I left. I was asking if you were making the dark water. Is there a reason? Like, are you doing murky water? I was wondering why you were.
Well, it's for depth.
So
yeah,
I know what you're saying.
Yeah, so the black is the deepest water, then it goes dark green, then it goes regular green.
Yeah, I get it. I get it.
Although sometimes, sometimes I am on the back of this one, on the back base plates, I just went from black to regular green because they did that on the Ninjago Garden. So I was like, yeah, I'll do it there.
Well, when I saw it, I think it was a lot smaller, and you were nowhere near done, and it was a tiny screen. That's why I was asking. I was curious what you were.
No, I sent a picture into London Calling, and for some reason it was really freaking small. I don't know why. I've sent pictures to Greg before, and I haven't had a problem. So I think it might have been on his end. Maybe it was.
Yeah, Greg screwed it up.
Yeah,
dude, I was.
Speaking of
Greg, get it
London
right.
Calling, Stud Sidious, I was talking with Greg about those trolls, and he said that he gets a lot of trolls too, and we both agreed that only popular people get trolled.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't get trolled. Definitely not like most of you suckers do.
I wasn't trying to cause issues when I started doing the mustard Roscoe thing, because you're my friend. It was a joke, and it's a joke, and me and Butt Chop were joking around with you about it. But when then everyone starts making other fish stuff and this and that, I was like, all right, now it's gonna piss them off. So I didn't mean to start that drama, but
the trolls don't harass the Sigmas.
I mean, it's a joke. Butt Chop and I were doing mustard Roscoe as a joke, and we'd come into the chats with him and say, somebody say mustard, but we're friends with him. So, but now it's kind of turning into something that makes him mad. So I get that, but people kind of took it out of context and went nuts with it.
I got this in the mail this week. This is the volume 1 of the Garmadon comic. So this is all 5 issues that they put out so far, made into one little book.
That's
awesome. That's pretty thick. Right on.
Yeah.
The illustration's dope too, and it's really cool actually to illustrate minifigures in different poses like that. It's not as easy as it looks.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is it a known artist? Does Lego have a known artist that does all their?
No, they use all different kind of people.
Okay.
I mean, they have some that they use a lot, but
they had a little bit in the back about a few of the people that worked on it.
Slow mode is on because I figured out how. Because I figured out how to turn it on.
It's also subscribers only. I noticed that too.
Because I was doing for Bricks O'Brien, this was a few years ago. I was doing the cover of the Super Mario 2 artwork, but it's him jumping, leaping with the radish. But instead of the radish, I forget what I had in his hand. I don't know if it was something to do with YouTube. But to get it to look like the exact Mario pose on the cover was challenging in a minifig because the minifig doesn't really bend that way. So it was I remember he was having to do it several times because he wanted it one way, and I was like, yeah, but the figure doesn't actually move that way. But usually when people draw them, they fake it anyways. They kind of bend them into shapes that they're not normally in. But I was just being stubborn.
And TJ is correct. This is a subscriber-only live stream, and that's the way I'm going to do things from now on.
The slow chat though slow mode might get annoying to people though. Mayo, I'm just saying.
Says
the slow, but the slow mode is only 10 seconds, I believe.
Oh, all right. If it's short like that. Well, some people get really angry about that.
Slow mode is a drug I've been missing out this whole time. What?
Yeah, because the main reason I put slow mode on for 10 seconds or 15 seconds is just so it makes it easier for me to read the chat.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Totally makes sense.
Yeah, and also, well, now that Stardust is here, we've got to do 2 things. First is we've got to play this. And now I've got to say, oh baby, I feel right. The music sounds better with you.
Dude, has anyone noticed that the new Rivendell set is just like a kind of like a dwarvish markers like farmers market? It's all like popsicles, sausages. They have cupcakes in there. It's all elvish like food parts. And the chairs are made of popsicles and sausages, and then the pillars are cupcakes.
I haven't even seen the movie, so I don't even know what it's supposed to be.
But it's gorgeous. It looks like what it's supposed to be, kind of condensed down into a little section. But it's just funny how many food parts they're using inside the set. There's a lot of food parts in that set.
Well,
And
it's creative.
did you say Rivendell or?
Well, I said Dell, Mayo, you know how I'm a stickler about that.
Yeah, exactly. Because like we were having this conversation, and there are so many people that claim to be Lord of the Rings people, and those are the same people that got it.
I can say Rivendell and still be a Lord of the Rings
and
fan.
they are the same. They are the same people who got the set free from Ian, which is my joke way of saying LAN, because people forget to capitalize the L in LAN, and so now I'm calling LAN Ian as a joke, and so many people in Ian got that set for free, and they don't know how to pronounce the name, yet they claim to be Lord of the Rings fans.
The reason why Lord of the Rings fans get crazy about it, Makro, is because Tolkien was a linguist. He was a college professor, and he was with the languages, so he made up all these languages, and like he was if he heard people calling it Riverdale or not Rivendell, he would like bug out. He was a prick about it. So like that's the only reason why the hardcore fans, especially the book readers, get all crazy about it, is because he was the guy who made it was like that. Then he was a jerk about it.
Yeah, I'm just being that guy. I seen someone else pointed out when that first set came out, and I'm not a big Harry Potter fan, so I made a mental note. It's like, all right, don't look like a chowderhead, Rivendell for sure. So I remember seeing that way back when. I was like, all right, good to know. Good to know.
The Lord of the Rings fans, the book fans versus like the general normie fans, they always battle each other. The book fans are always looking down on them. It's just the way it is. But I, like Mayo said, I just found it funny that there was all these land members, and they're holding up the box, and it says Rivendell, perfectly clear in giant letters. And they're like, "Oh, I'm a huge Lord of the Rings fan. This is a Riverdale set." And I'm like, "Can you read the box at least? Like, don't lie to me. Like, you're lying to me. Like,
I'm gonna go find those. I'm gonna go find those Ian members and make fun of them now.
I can deal with Rivendell. I can't deal with Riverdale because that's a
Riverdale.
That's a CW show.
Yeah.
And now Makro Bricks makes fun of people who call it Riverdale, and he says Riverdale now, which I think is funny.
Dude, people are probably mad at me because in every comment section I kept saying I kept spelling DEL in all caps at the end because I was getting so upset about it.
They can't be mad at you. Facts don't hurt feelings.
Yeah. Well, say that in the big channels like Just Too Good, in those comment sections, people get all angry about dumb stuff, but that's the internet.
And the reason why I'm now calling LAN Ian on my channel is because when I first got back when I first started making content again, and I've discovered all of these. For over 4 years, I had no idea that Makro Bricks was still making content. Like that's just one of the examples, and there are plenty more. But everyone would always talk about this Ian, and I was like, who is this Ian they're talking about?
It's funny that you say.
I didn't even know what the Lego Ambassador Network was at that. So I was totally confused. Who is this Ian they're all talking about? And then I learned about LAN because people in LAN were talking about it, and I was like, this is what they're talking about. They're just being idiots and forgetting to capitalize the L, because a lowercase L looks really similar to an uppercase I.
Oh,
yeah.
I mean,
like for example, on my name, is that a lowercase L or an uppercase I?
Speaking of
or
LAN,
on my headline rather.
Speaking of LAN,
yeah, exactly. Who's Ian?
I think it's funny that you call it out like that. It's funny. Whatchamacallit, speaking of LAN, I think it's cool that CC's been making videos again, Cafe Corner, It's been a while since I've seen her making videos.
Yeah.
Because everyone forgets that CC is in LAN.
Yeah, there are a couple LAN channels or Ian channels, if you prefer that, that I watch that I like.
Yeah,
But some of the bigger ones, not so much. There are some LAN channels that I'd be more likely to watch their reviews and actually take what they said and think about it.
There's a few. I don't want the set spoiled before I get my grubby hands on it, though.
Yeah.
See, now I have a completely different opinion to most people about reviews, because when I got into the community, reviews were all the rage, because the Brick Show was still the king of reviews. The Brick Queen was still making really good reviews. Jane Bricks didn't even exist yet. It was still Lego Jane, and he was mainly focusing on Bionicle stuff.
I find it funny that
he didn't start doing a lot of system reviews until the middle of 2013. I created my channel at the start of 2013.
Well, he is very thorough about his reviews. I give him that. I just find it funny that people in the community thought that he like invented the white background thing. That's just normal photo editing and video editing 101. They teach you that like in design school instantly. Like the white reflects the light, black sucks the light in. Like that's just basic. Most people want. That's why they make light boxes. That's why they make white boxes. But he didn't invent it. And all these fans get mad. They're like, "Oh, he invented it." I'm like, "No, he didn't. That's just normal." He's just following the script.
And there's a similar story to that. So many people thought that once upon a time, the Bricks for Chris was the only person who could make Lego City updates, and they would go to other people like AFOL Man, if anyone remembers that guy. They would go to AFOL Man's channel and say, "Hey, you can't make city updates. That's what Bricks for Chris does."
That's why I avoid all those big channels.
and so since I started my channel in an era of really good reviews, and Jane Bricks is by far the best reviewer, and I love watching his stuff, especially his vintage Lego reviews.
He's very thorough. He is very.
He's done well over 200 reviews of vintage Lego sets, and so I made a whole playlist a couple months ago, putting all of his vintage Lego reviews from his original channel and his new review channel into the one playlist, just so that I can always go back and watch those whenever I want to. And so, like, he stood the test of time, but eventually a Brick Show got cancelled because, well, they got their YouTube channel terminated because they used confidential images, and eventually the Brick Queen just grew out of it. So I've always had the opinion, I'm not going to buy a Lego set unless I watch someone point out a really cool detail and say, "Hey, that's really cool. I want that." Or I'm going to let people peer pressure me into buying.
I didn't even know I didn't know Brick Queen was still making content. I mean, she's an OG. I give her that respect. I was never one of the people to make fun of her, but I didn't know she was still making content.
And we also have Mama Lego. Hey, Mama. Hey, Mama. Yeah, and so like I grew up in that era of really good reviews, and now that Jane has become the poster child of reviews, I think a lot of people have kind of stopped doing them because they know that they can't compete with
like
Jane.
dude, I won't even watch Beyond the Brick. You know, I'm friends with the guys, but I don't watch it because I cannot. The comment section is just full of too much stupidity for me. Not them themselves, obviously their content. I like them, I'm friends with them. I like what they do, but the comment section is just it's just a poop show. Like, no, I just stay away from it.
Yeah, because like, and if you're not following Jane on his Twitch channel, you wouldn't realize he's more than just a review person. He's a very creative. He's a very creative builder, and he's
I
kind
just
of migrated a lot of his custom builds over to Twitch, which gives me more of an incentive to watch his Twitch streams.
I
Because
just
I like to see the custom work that he does,
Oh yeah, no, I'd love to see.
and so so whenever I'm not doing something else, I like to watch his.
Yeah, I love to see
Okay.
anyone who's doing something custom. I like it. You know, it's if you're being creative with Lego, I'm down with it. I just found it funny that people thought he invented the white background. It's like, dude, that's just basic. He's just a smart video editor, dude. Like,
Yeah.
he's following what like the principles of photography are. That's all he's doing. Like, he didn't invent anything.
But I think some people might claim that someone like Jane Wicks would invent something just because they're an elder statesman in the community.
Well, yeah, they're just stands. You know, they're stands of the guy. So it's fine.
Yeah, because whether people realize it, both myself and Jane Wicks are. Because whether people realize it, both Jane Wicks and myself are elder statesmen in the community because we've been in the community for over 10 years. And what I mean by in the community is I mean making content. Some people may not realize I've been making content for over 10 years now, but that's because I deleted all of my old videos.
I was about to say, can we see the original one of Mayo Hoskins?
He probably has it. He probably has it somewhere.
I deleted all of my old videos just because I wasn't happy with them anymore.
Well, yeah, you evolve and grow and you get better. That's the point of it. But you don't have it saved anywhere that we can see it.
No, because that would just take up too much space, and I didn't think. And actually, a lot of my original videos, I see about
Mayo,
10,
nobody's ever happy with the first one.
About 10 years ago, there was a feature on the camera app on all Apple devices where you could upload to YouTube straight from the camera app. So I used to film a lot of one take videos on my old iPod that I got the birthday present for my 10th birthday. And so I would upload a lot of one take videos off of my iPod straight from the camera app. They got rid of that feature a long time ago.
Dude, I love that the new iPhone camera and software actually you can just shoot a QR code. Because back in the day, you had to download the app and then shoot the QR code. There was a lot of steps involved, so a lot of people wouldn't even use the QR codes because no one would scan them because you had to. There was so many steps involved. In marketing, we call it friction. Like there's too many steps for the person to do, so they're not going to do it. So why even do it as a marketing campaign? But now the phones you take a picture of a QR code, it goes right to the site, which is really cool.
Yeah. So all of those videos that I uploaded from my iPod straight to YouTube through the camera app, when that was once a separate app to film time-lapse videos. I don't think it was until the iPhone 7 that you could film time-lapse videos from the camera app.
So I used to have clients.
Because I remember people talking about that back in the day and being like, finally, we can film time-lapse straight off the camera app. And so that was revolutionary at the time. And so all those videos I uploaded from my iPod, they were not saved. And I didn't just private all of those old videos, I deleted them. Because I didn't anticipate coming back to YouTube.
What do you think you're going to do with the rest of your life then?
I didn't anticipate making content again after a copper, because there was a lot of stuff up in the air, and I was already on hiatus for 4 years at that point.
Dude, why are you starting if you're not going to finish?
And then I was like, you know what? It's the middle. It's winter of It's Southern Hemisphere winter of 2020. I am so fucking bored. I've seen all of these YouTube channels that have been able to survive copper with a certain format. Why don't I give it a go? Why don't I see if I can reinvigorate myself?
Yeah, that copper
that
was a joke.
only
Unless you're
had that was when I
mortgage
only
depends on
had 70 something subscribers. Now I have 519.
I need to get a good iPhone camera stand for when I take pictures, because everything, I'm always so shaky with everything, and it makes me not want to put out content even on my own Instagram page. And people are always like, "Oh, let me see the latest mock," and I just need to get a good stand for my phone.
stand or one of these. They're not the cheapest, but one of these damn gimbal things, and they make them for the phones too.
I had the one with the I think it was a cheap version. It had the legs that sprawl out to like a tripod, but it kept breaking. So I just have to invest in like a good one, an actual good one like that.
Bro, make one out of Technic. If you just need something to hold your phone steady, make one out of Technic.
Yeah, I could actually. You're right. I should just do that. I can just make one out of Lego. That's a good idea. I should do that.
Probably save yourself $150 as well.
Oh, definitely. And I can come up with something decent. My dad is an engineer. He used to put NASA satellites into space, so he can even help me with like the little nitty gritties of it.
Yeah, Contra. It reached 40. It reached 40 degrees 2 days ago here.
That's crazy. We've had a warm summer, but I'm talking like, now that we're Celsius, you guys are on the same page, but we're like +3. That's warm for us right now, like super warm.
This is the first winter ever in all caps that New York City and the Connecticut shoreline has gotten no cumulative snow. None. We had a dusting here or there, but it's by the time you wake up, it's gone. Usually, I'm used to piles of blizzards adding up, and there's snow everywhere from like a week before. Once a week at least, we're getting like a foot of snow. It hasn't done anything, dude. And I'm angry because I love winter. I love the snow, and we didn't get crap. Like upstate Connecticut did, and upstate New York did, but I didn't get crap. Like
we don't get a lot of snow. We're not on the coast like you guys are close to, but we get the bitter cold. Like next week, they're saying -20, so we go from +3 to -20 within like what 3-4 days.
That's insane.
Well, that's the thing. All the storms that came in, everyone in New York City and southwestern Connecticut didn't get anything. But up, like all my friends that live up in like northern Connecticut got like inches of snow. So the storm, it was too warm on the shoreline for us to get snow, which is weird because usually during winter we get hammered. And like this winter we didn't. Like I said, the first time ever we got none. And there's still like a month and a half left, or 2 months. Sometimes it snows all the way until April here. So I'm hoping, I want at least one freaking storm, please. Can I have some snow? Like once?
Oh, I'd rather have no snow.
Oh, I love it, dude. I love it.
Because speaking about snow, what was that temple, TJ, that had the ice and those dark red people?
Ice Samurai.
Oh gosh, that was like the Ice Emperor.
That was one of my favorites because that reminded me so
Name
much
escapes me. Let me look it up.
Dude, those figures were rad. Those Ice Samurai. I just wish like it would make. They have the molds and just take like the ice off of it and make like actual samurai armor like that.
Castle of the Forsaken Emperor.
Those little Ice Samurai figures were great. The molded armor was really good. It was like the closest they've ever gotten to like real samurai armor. It was like really good. It was done really well.
Yeah, because that reminded me. Yeah, so what was it? Castle of the Forsaken.
4, 2, and 4. Okay.
What was it? Castle of the Forsaken what?
Emperor.
Okay. Yeah, Castle of the Forsaken Emperor. Yeah, because that also had the. Didn't that also have those hinged columns that formed a V shape?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, I always thought that was fun little architecture. Because that.
How long does YouTube keep a video? That's a good question. I think forever, don't they?
You need some
Yeah,
vodka. For
yeah.
that Red Bull.
I'm pretty sure YouTube keeps them forever unless you delete them or they delete your channel.
I've thought about that a few times. I'd be worried if YouTube deleted my channel. Like I don't mind seeing my very first 5 city updates. Like that's fun to watch every 2 years or so. I'd be choked if they got rid of all my original videos.
You need some vodka for that Red Bull, Macro. Just saying, I'm not Polish.
What's that, sorry?
I said you need some vodka for that Red Bull, Polish style.
Dude, I don't drink Red Bull.
I thought you just cracked a Red Bull. Is that was?
No, it's brown beer. It's cheap beer.
Oh,
I acquire a taste for cheap beers. I get 15
What
beer
happened?
for $21.
yeah. What happened to your Milwaukee's Best, bro? You're like one of the only Canadians I know that drinks Milwaukee's Best.
Oh, I got a collection of empties. Don't you worry.
Dude, that was like with Bush. We would call it the Bush Mush. The next day after college, at the rugby team, dude, we would all get cheap Bush beer, and the next day you got Bush Mush coming out you because of the cheap beer.
Bush mush, gross.
Yeah,
It's like
dude.
rum bum.
Yeah, we would call it Bush Mush.
That's funny.
Those dudes were maniacs, dude. I thought when I stopped playing football and started playing rugby that I thought the football players were crazy, dude. Those were the rugby players at my college were nuts. In a fun way. In a fun way, they were wild.
Yeah, here we go. Admission, a deep freeze, the ogle,
Alpha Team,
the
epic.
ogle, a mountain
Yeah.
fortress. That's what the.
I have never seen that set before in my life. That is super
Yeah.
cool.
That's cool. Mayo, while you're on brick set, look up 70642.
70642.
Yeah.
Value new $168. You know, that's worth it. That's like the Space Explorians. I'm tempted to go get all the Space Explorians in the Sirius that or whatever they're called, that my mother gave away when I was 20. Get all my old childhood Lego back.
Dude, speaking of Ninjago parts and ice, these things that came in this latest Morbius set, these bad boys here, it's like ice.
Yeah.
Off the back of the car on the Morbius car, which is actually a cool little kind of Speed Champs build.
No, on brick set, Mayo.
These things are in most of the Ninjago mechs. I want to use a bunch
That
of these.
piece looks sweet.
Yeah, I want to use a bunch of these for like an ice castle type of thing.
That's a good camera, but I'm surprised people don't use those for waterfalls and whatnot.
And
that'd be
they're
good
kinda
for
new.
either.
They're
Yeah,
kinda new-ish.
that's new. That was in Ninjago in Trans Dark Pink in the last wave.
But I'm
Yeah, so
definitely-
Mayo, if you scroll down to reviews, there are 5 reviews on this set, and I believe it's the last one.
the TJ, I was so pumped when I saw those purple snakes, bro. Oh,
Yeah,
just for
it's that last review.
for Kid Icarus, dude, like the purple snakes is a big thing in the whole Kid Icarus game. And I was like, let me just check because I have a bunch of the red little Ninjago snake molds. I didn't think they would come in purple, and I was so shocked when I saw it. I ordered like a
Yeah.
dozen.
There we go. There's titanium James.
Yeah, that is my one and only brick set review that I've ever done. I just remembered that when we were talking about reviews and stuff, and that was something that I just tried. And that's up there. I was rereading it. There's a few spelling and grammar mistakes, but no, that was interesting. I started writing a second review for one of the Evo sets, but I just never bothered to complete it.
I can't wait for that Brick Owl order to come with those Ninjago purple snakes, dude. I need
Oh,
to
nice.
I need to finish this Kid Icarus mock, and those things. I love those little snake molds. To see them in purple, it made me so happy. I was like, oh my god, they actually make them in purple.
Because when I go back and do individual reviews of some of my vintage Lego sets, I'm gonna have to try to rig it up so that the reviews I'm gonna do in the future are attached to a brick set.
Yeah. Well, you can put it in video reviews. I've done that for a few of my
Yeah,
own
exactly. Like
reviews.
that's how I do it in the video review section. on brick set.
Oh, damn, that reminds me I need to order some bats, the little bat molds. I need a bunch of bats for my Bank Modular, and I'm doing a Morbius little vignette. I'm so happy they made that Morbius figure. I never thought they'd get a Morbius fig, and they did. It's a pretty cool one too. They did a good job with it.
But Morbius is a meme because the movie is so bad.
Yeah, the movie's actually not that bad. The pace is just rushed. So like they just rushed through it. The storyline is so butchered that because it's got Matt Smith in it, and he's like that dude's an outstanding actor, and Jared Leto's a really good actor too. But the storyline was just done so fast and rushed that people think it's bad, and I agree.
Yeah.
The piece of it is just bad, but it's not that bad of a movie.
Hey, dude, don't make it bad. Take a
What up,
sad song
dude?
and make it better. Remember to let it into your heart, then you can start to make it better.
What's up, Jude?
Yeah,
But
more,
I don't like the new boxes for the Ninjago sets either.
yeah.
I mean, if you compare this box,
Oh, who cares? Box lives don't matter. You're chucking them in the garbage anyways.
if you compare this box to this box, it
Yeah.
just doesn't compare with the graphics. It just doesn't compare.
Yeah, but there's a lot of
Well, the core sets are just kind of styled like that, I suppose.
yeah. They
I don't like the back of the core boxes where it's just all white.
They have a style guide that you have to follow. Like that's why I find it funny when everyone thinks the black boxes like are good box art. That's like whenever a package designer presents box art to a client, they always say they want at least one version with an all white or black background just to showcase the actual product. So it's kind of, and there's no design involved. We just put a nice photo shoot on the box. Like it's just a background and their logo and a little trim. So there's no actual graphic design involved in it, but it always looks clean. It looks clean as hell. I'll tell you that it does. But it's just always funny to me because there's no package design really involved in that. But every client wants to see that always. They're like, do a version with an all white background or all black. Every client always asks for that, but because it works. I mean, it's a no-brainer. It looks good. There's just no design involved, really.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if you were there when I was ranting about the mechs, Mark. But I really don't like the small Ninjago mechs. I only like the big ones.
Yeah, well, most mechs, I think. I mean, any setup, the girthier, the better for me.
Hashtag Girth Gang. Say Girth Gang 3 times, and Sean will pop up a little bit later.
Yeah, that Morbius movie, it wasn't that bad. It was just kind of forced. It was just, the pacing was really fast. And they could have, I don't know, I think they could have made it into more than just one. But supposedly he's going to be in the MCU. There's like tie-ins and stuff going on, so we'll see. Who knows? Who knows what they're going to do? I'm just glad they made the figure finally.
And you know what? I've got a confession. Before I rebooted my YouTube channel, I only owned one Ninjago set.
Gasp.
It was the Ninjago City Chase.
Yeah,
That's a good just
Ninjago-
one Ninjago set to own.
That means I own more than you, and I don't even watch the show. You guys know way more about the show than I do. I'm asking you guys.
Mayo, I'm curious. What are your thoughts on like medium scale Ninjago mechs, like this one, for example?
I think the medium scale is definitely better because they hit or miss.
Yeah, like this one. This one's good. This one has knees.
That one, I have a bias against just because I'm not crazy about the
I like the tile for the head, bro, for the hat.
Yeah. This was one of the legacy sets.
Yeah, the legacy dope.
Golden Mech.
Monastery was dope.
The original Golden Mech was in the Temple of Light set, and it was the mech and the temple. And I have the original mech actually elsewhere, but they did a second version of it, and I think if I'm not mistaken, this mech was around the same price that. Actually, no, they weren't the same price. Temple of Light was a little bit more.
I think there was a Samurai X mech from several years ago. No, sorry, a few years ago. There was a medium size that was pretty good.
That's what
there was that Pixel Samurai mech from 2018 that was in the Kilo versus Samurai X set that I reviewed on Brickset. That was small. That was like a large small mech, and then they did a Legacy Samurai mech that was really small.
Yeah, because it wasn't like that's still a small one.
Yeah, but they didn't use any of the Evo joints that they're using now.
Yeah, because I definitely prefer. You know what? That might be my favorite of the small mechs they've ever done, just because.
Yeah.
Just because they use the pearl gold tastefully. I don't like it when they use pearl gold for like a part of the color scheme, but when they make just a little splash, and also because I have an attraction to the red and white, to the red and black color scheme. Oh, there's a whole bunch of pearl gold.
So I was going to say, I have like several of these, and it's all from Ninjago. A little bit of Marvel too.
Oh, yeah.
That's why I have like probably a dozen of these little containers full of gold, like from it's all because of Ninjago. Thank you.
Yeah, a lot of good Ninjago stuff out there. A lot of good gold. I love the silver combinations as well. Sometimes I like silver better than gold. It really depends on the overall vibe of the season.
I've got a whole drawer. Well, I've got half a drawer with all of my gold pieces. A mix of pearl gold, drum, lacquered, painted gold, and actual chrome gold.
Damn, I got a whole bag.
Like this. This is a bike that uses gold a bit tastefully.
Yeah, those bikes, they're overrated, those bikes, though. They're making too many of them. I like
this is a blue recolor of it.
The kids like
small one from 2014. Like mechs were cool, or bikes were cool when they were this size. Like big oversized bikes were all right, but they were a lot less common back in the day. They had this bike going off against this Overborg tank thing. It had a single tire tread, a couple of saw blades on the side.
Awesome.
And you could seat the Overborg, which had kind of this little mech leg suit onto the thing.
I know that while some people like me have really don't like mechs, a lot of people also really don't like the oversized motorbikes, which I don't like them either. But I at least like them more than the mechs, because I feel like they make more mechs nowadays than oversized.
I mean, it depends on the oversized bike and how it looks.
Dude, speaking of that, the speeder bikes in Star Wars are trash. They're always in sets where they don't have enough parts, like parts buckets. So they just make them tiny. Like, dude, I love making speeder bike mocks. Like, I go all out with them, but I'm not
like
I go with a budget,
like this. So. This is a little bit. This is an oversized bike, but I think it looks cool. And you can do this little feature with it where the blades stick out.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Whereas most recently, with the crystallized wave, let me get the bike.
The speeder bikes in Star Wars are hot trash.
This one does nothing except have a kickstand and roll. Like that's all it does, and you can put J on it, and that's it. And I don't like that. It's less effort.
Yeah, with the speeders in Star Wars sets, well, whenever they include one of those, I always feel like it's just to use the rest of the parts.
Well, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like they never.
Unless they should just give us terrain builds instead.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, unless they're making a set of an actual speeder bike, which they rarely do. It's always just a little add-on kind of play thing to the bigger part of the set. So, but they always
You
look
know,
like
I thought we would get Sean the right way up in here when we said when we said a girth gang.
Yeah, so
these before.
and then I liked this J bike from 2017. One, it had stud shooters, you know, nice little action for kids. It could seat 2 minifigs.
What's going on here?
And then you could fold out these lightning pieces out from underneath to represent when Jay inputs his power into the bike and makes it go super fast. And that's a cool feature, and that's why oversized bikes are good when they do things like that. When it's just a bike that sits there and does nothing except roll around, that's when it's not so good.
I think my bad story about. Well, I think where I started to realize that.
Rolling around.
I think where I started to realize that the oversized bikes are, for the most part, are just pieces of junk. Is when they made those really bad ones for the Sons of Garmadon season in 2017, and that was to accompany that really crappy arena with the spinners that was clearly trying to capitalize off of the Beyblade market. And I was like, really? Why do we need an oversized bike in the same theme that is centered around a Beyblade type Lego set? Like, come on.
Well, I don't know. You're building like the 8th dragon. It just happens to be purple.
Yeah, but the only reason the only reason I own most of these Ninjago sets is because I bought them I bought them from Captain Matt to help pay for his child support.
But even before you bought it, why would Lego make the 9th dragon, the 12th dragon, another story plot twist of a new bike, just a different color, another dragon?
Well, that Overlord dragon was actually from 2013. That was something that they never made.
That is a bad example because that's a damn good set, but
yeah.
Sean,
but like the core
Ninjago and their mechs, dragons, and vehicles, like they are.
Yeah. I mean, the only thing that kind of gets them a pass is that they alternate the ninja for each wave. Like, you know, one wave, you know, Kai gets a car, then the next wave Cole gets a car, and then the next wave someone else gets a car. And that's really
mechs are always rad though. The big mechs are always dope.
Yeah, that's like, really the only thing that
the big mechs are really fun because not only do they have the most playability, but they also look the best as a display. Because, for example, they look really good next to what was the Transformers mech that wasn't a Transformer?
Optimus Prime, the only one they made.
No, there was that. Voltron.
Oh yeah.
Like I can imagine a lot of the big Ninjago mechs looking really good next.
And Ninjago kind of did a mech like that, the Ultra Combo mech.
I like the dragons over the mechs. Here's some that are just quickly on tap. I mean,
that Voltron mech though is dope because you can build. You get so much out of the build. You could build the actual lions themselves, or then you could build it all together. Like there was a lot of bang for your buck. It's huge too.
It's girthy. Like this could be a mech on its own. Like it looks like a dragon, but it could be a mech.
I took that set apart recently, actually.
Dude, you took that apart? That's a sweet set.
In storage. I took that one apart semi-recently, too. I think both of those...
Oh, no. I'm going to go grab one more, TJ. I hope you didn't take this last one apart.
You know, they're not permanent. They're stored away. They're not in the parts collection. I want to put them back together. It's just I'm out of space.
The best Ninjago dragon. Actually, other than Woo's dragon.
Yeah, I've got that still up.
Hold that up closer to the camera a little bit. That's really dope, dude.
Yeah, that's.
I put that. Oh yeah, that's the one from the Ninjago movie, isn't it?
Sick, dude. I will be honest, I didn't like that set at first, but then I saw it on 20% off and I was like, yeah, I'll buy it. I was kind of warming up to it. I built it and I loved it.
Yeah, this was a day one. Oh, his tail just whipped out. This
Yeah.
was a day one for me.
The only reason that is my favorite
Good
Lego
one.
Ninjago Dragon is because of I'm a sucker for sand green.
But they made wicked dragons in Ninjago.
Yeah.
Dragons, mechs, their bikes and cars sucked, and then their like little scenes were pretty cool as well.
Dude, the fan design dragon in the D&D
Oh.
submission win, he did a good job with that. Whoever designed that did a great job. The dragon in that D&D set, like attacking the castle, that thing was done. It was like a traditional dragon, but it was done really well. I hope Lego doesn't pull a foosball table and destroy the D&D set, but we'll see. Yeah, that's pretty dope too.
Now, is that one of the Prime Empire dragons?
No, that's a legacy dragon.
Oh, okay.
TJ and I had a
Whenever
build off
I
and they
see-
totally schooled me on
because
this one.
Whenever I
Legacy
see
fire
those,
dragon.
because whenever I see those cloth
You can
wings,
ride up there.
I think of the Prime Empire.
Sean, you had me thinking of The Shining now.
What
Like,
up, El Cobra?
Cobra!
See, that's weird, Mayo, because none of the Prime Empire dragons had cloth wings.
Johnny.
Yeah, so that says all I know about Ninjago. That's why we have the Lego the self-described Lego Ninjago encyclopedia.
Yeah, actually, that's not self-described. That I got from Greg, Makro Bricks.
Well, I self-appointed myself the king of hot takes.
Yeah.
Because if anyone sees my headline, you see that I'm the king of hot takes.
It's probably hard to see, but my Green Ninja Mech Dragon is up there next to the Moro Dragon. That's easier to see. And then I got Core Dragons and Woo's Battle Dragon and a few other things up on that shelf. But that shelf is really hard to reach, so I'd rather not go up there. Yeah. Is that, would that be Firstborn, I think? That might be. There's been several red dragons, it's hard to tell. But Firstborn is another one I've taken apart because of storage issues. I love dragons, but they are so hard to display. Because of the wings, and sometimes there's a bit of an awkward shape, and yeah. But they're cool.
Dragons are fun. I had Master Wu's dragon. I did sell that one. That's one I regret selling.
Yeah, that one was pretty cool, and it was a good $20 dragon. Not like the core dragons that we get now that are $20 and look terrible.
Yeah,
that was a $20
or $90 and they're like mediocre.
Yeah, I was actually watching some behind the scenes of designs for the wave that came from, and the designer had actually just kind of built that dragon in like a different color on its own, and they wanted to work that into that wave that it came from.
Oh, nice.
I forget who they were, like going through a couple of different ideas of who would be for, and eventually settled on Wu.
Dude,
although it's technically Vanya's dragon.
Yeah, I watch that too, though.
The skeleton dragon from the Bone Demon, or like Soul Sorcerer or whatever. That one was. I regret.
Yeah, that one was cool, but I just found it a bit front heavy.
I still have.
Oh, I think the Skull Sorcerer's Dungeon, dude. That is epic skull.
Yeah, his dragon is dope. This one is just like a little custom one I made with the Skull Sorcerer on it. But the dragon, I regret not getting that dragon.
That thing is front heavy, and it kind of wears on some areas of the Technic pieces. I had planned to mod it, but I decided to just take it apart for the time being.
I'm
eventually I'll rebuild.
Says I need a bookshelf soon to display. Yeah, man. A bookshelf, or at least some like cheap angle brackets, and just a shelf around the top perimeter of a room.
Yeah.
Also, I'm not sure if
storage is cheap, man.
I'm not sure if Clicking Cliff is lurking or he's already left.
What up, Cliff?
But I'm not sure if he's still here.
Happy Friday. Good to see ya. Long time no see, Cliff.
You're not sure if he's still here, if he's lurking.
Oh, you're not sure if he's still here? My bad.
Or if he's gone. But I was watching the Coffee Live podcast earlier this morning before I went to bed, and he said that he said that depending on their schedules, they're either gonna do live streams or they're going to do pre-recorded, depending on their schedules. And Deadbricks is back, so that means whenever they decide to go live, I have something to play. I have something to listen to while playing Forge of Empires. If they pre-record, then I have something to listen to while I'm cleaning up my room after my live streams.
I've got sucked in, speaking of gaming, because I don't game much, but I play all the new Zelda games that come out. But there's a new one coming out, so I'm like, the other day I was like, let me just give it a crack and play the old Breath of the Wild again, try to beat it before the new one comes out, which was a mistake because I won't get any work done. I get too sucked into it. That's why I can't. I love video games, but I can't do it because I won't do anything else. I'll get so sucked into a game that I will just not do anything.
So
That's me. That's why I don't play games.
Yeah, I can't. I just can't.
I wasted a lot of time on EverQuest, StarCraft, and Counter-Strike back in the day.
Zelda's fun though because it does challenge your brain. You have to figure out the dungeons. There's a lot of things like the older ones at least were kind of challenging. It's like a puzzle game, just themed in fantasy. So
a bit. I mean, I can find a way to call anything a challenge to my brain.
Yeah, but Zelda really was like you had to really figure out if you there was sometimes if you didn't have Nintendo Power Book to show you what to do, you were never going to figure it out.
Oh yeah, you did it in the wrong sequence every time. That's
yeah,
right.
it was hard. Like you'd have to go get something so far away on the map to go do something else. You had to figure out the order of everything. It was very challenging back in the day. But games have evolved so much now that the new Zelda is insane. There's so much you can do in that game. It's crazy. And now
I forgot about those Nintendo Power Books. Those were epic back in the day.
They used to make full one. When the new Zelda games came out, they would have ones that were just kind of paid. 80% of the magazine was dedicated to that Zelda game. So they had to have all these maps inside because no one would figure it out. You'd have to get to Nintendo Power to really figure out how to play and get through the game. I can't wait. I'm pretty positive that they're going to drop a surprise. I think if that Zelda leak is true, which I think it is, I'm almost guaranteed in the first summer fiscal quarter they're going to drop the set. They're going to put at least one of them out to support the game, and then they'll wait another quarter until it gets close to Christmas, and then they'll put out 2 more or 3, whatever.
So there's a new Zelda game coming out.
Yeah, people have been waiting for it
on what platform?
Nintendo Switch. They only put Zelda on Switch and
Nintendo.
Nintendo.
On the Switch, man.
And but dude, they've delayed the game for 3 years, so that's why Lego already had the sets ready to go, but because Zelda because Nintendo kept delaying the game, then they would delay the sets because they want the sets to come out when there's hype about the game. So it makes sense. I mean, it's just normal marketing.
Yeah.
So I really think we're going to get at least one of the Zelda sets in late spring, early summer, and then as the summer goes on, they're going to drop more towards Christmas.
Because I can't remember if those leaks for the Zelda sets have eventuated into press releases or not.
Well, I think they're going to keep. Nintendo is very, especially at all the brands I've ever worked with. When you sign an NDA with them, it's like a book. It's very long. Normally, an NDA form is 1 page. It's basic. You're not going to say anything. You're not going to do anything. You're going to keep it a secret. But with them, they hate leaks so much. Nintendo, they're very notorious about suing YouTubers. They go after people. They do not like leaks. They are very against it. They try to keep everything so secret that I think they definitely told Lego hey, we don't want to drop this until you actually drop it. They don't really like teasing things that much until it's right about to come out. So at least a few months before it comes out. So I'm pretty positive we're gonna get those Zelda sets soon because the game is coming out in 3 months or 2 months.
So who on the panel is excited for those rumored Zelda sets?
I just want the figs because I mean I already have Zelda mocks of my own going on. I just want the official figs, so I'm excited for them. But
Well, if we're talking about, if people are excited about the figs, Dead Bricks, haven't you done custom Zelda figures in the past?
I only made one Toon Link.
yeah, I made.
Because whenever those sets come out, and people are looking for Lego Zelda on YouTube, if you're able to make more custom figs based upon Zelda characters, you might see a spike in views because that'd be on trend.
I mean, I have a stack of them built up like this. Here, like there's the flying octo rocks. They fly around. They shoot the rocks at people. They're always annoying. I have tons of these. Like how Lego was doing the Mario brick built enemies. I was doing it for Zelda. So I have I have at least 3 dozen different enemies built up. But I want the actual. I have a pad printed Link fig that I had custom made. It was expensive, but I'm just waiting on the official. I want the real one, but it's we're gonna get it soon, so I can be patient. I've waited this long.
Yeah, it's all the Zelda sets. Oh, sorry.
No, you go, Dead Bricks.
I saw the Zelda sets from the confidential images, and they look really, really good from the preliminaries. They look really good.
Yeah, no, they definitely do. They're the tree, and then I only saw the tree one, but the figures looked really good. They were blurry, but small, but they definitely look good. I mean, I know Lego will do a good job with that team. They'll definitely do a good job with that team. A lot of people build like the newer video game stuff for Zelda. I'm old. I grew up with the originals, so I build like the old dungeon stuff and things like that. But I'll take any Zelda that Lego will give me. I think those sets are going to sell like crazy because a lot of people have been waiting for them. But I also think that when the Mario movie comes out, we're going to get Mario minifigs in a set eventually too, for like to support the movie.
I think we will for the movie.
Yeah, it makes sense. Nintendo's not going to just waste the IP with Lego and not do that. Like, I mean, they had their 3 or 4 years of the electronic Mario courses, so I think definitely that it's time that the minifigs come out.
Plus the electronic figure stuff is like dying out, kinda.
Yeah, it's run its course. Usually, like that's why, even besides Ninjago, it's evergreen. That's why when Lego comes out with a theme, they usually do it for 3 years. Like because that's how long like marketing really you can really squeeze in marketing. You can get like that's as long as you can do it. So you have to come up with something new. So it's run its course with no Mario pun intended. I mean, it's definitely they've done what they can do with the electronic Mario sets. So they should just finally give the fans what they want. And I would think with the movie, that movie should be pretty popular. I would think the Mario, like the artwork looks amazing for it. So they wouldn't want to miss the opportunity of having toys with it.
Yeah, and I think they still have a deal with Illumination.
Owned some of those Mario core sets, Dead Bricks, but I didn't want to make any assumptions.
I'm curious what they're going to do with the Sonic sets. What they're going to use to make the play feature of the character go through the course. Like some people say it's like a sphere. You're going to put the minifig inside like a ball and kind of shoot it through, but you never know because they used to have the old Mars sets with the tubes and the air pumps, like I said in your channel before. So who knows what they're going to do?
And the question is, how well will it work?
Yeah, I just want to see what they do because it's not going to be electronic. It's going to be physical, like actual physical Lego set. So we'll see. I'm curious what they do. Really curious.
Yeah. A couple of my friends who are into Sonic are interested in that.
We're gonna get fakes like of all the different.
Yeah.
Maybe not all of them, but I think we're gonna get other characters in minifig form in those sets.
Yeah, I think we will too. I wonder if we'll get Sonic in every set. I wouldn't be surprised if we do.
Dude, I got
but it's also possible it'll be like the Mario sets where you kind of get Sonic and the ball in one set, and then you get expansion.
Yeah, that's why I'm curious how they're gonna architect.
I think. Well, they have, from what I remember from the rumors, it's $30, $40, $50, $60, and $100 price points. If I was willing to bet, I would say that the Sonic and the ball comes in at least the $100 set, maybe the $60 set as well. And then the others are just expansions.
I was so mad when the Sonic idea set when I found out those were stickers instead of the checker pattern of brown. I thought those were like single stud bricks that made that, and I was like, "That's a sticker? Are you kidding me?" In an idea set, I was
those stickers were not fun.
I was so
I built that set.
You can make those checker patterns out of bricks easily. There's that many parts. Like that made me so mad. I was just like, for real, Lego, come on. This isn't even that big of a set. Like, you could have put those in there. Like, for real? Like,
Yeah, when Freaking Bricks built that set, he was ranting about that hard because if anyone knows Freaking Bricks, you know that he does not like stickers.
Well, dude, when I did the Ghosts and Goblins Nintendo mock, I bought like thousands of little green tiles in different colors to do the 8-bit grass. Like that's how you should do it, like especially in an idea set. Like I was so mad that they didn't these are bricks, they're square. It makes 8-bit art. 8-bit art is very easy to replicate. But you just have to get the amount of parts.
I'm looking over at it, and they've got a couple inverted slopes on that build. Those make sense to have stickers. You can't replicate that plate thing with an inverted slope. But
some of it's one of those giant brown bricks, like the real tall ones, and it's like with a sticker on it. It's like, dude, that could have been a dozen little bricks.
Those stickers were giving me trouble. One of the sticker sheets, that peeling them off was kind of risky. They were kind of ripping a little bit.
I just heard someone's Discord notifications, and that reminds me to remind everyone: if you are on Discord and you haven't already joined the mayohosko server, please come and join.
Like, I'm not kidding. When I did that Ghosts and Goblins mock, I had to buy so many tiles to get that 8-bit look, and I would expect that of a Lego idea set, especially one that wasn't that big. Like, it was designed very well. The Sonic set was designed very well. I just thought that those are actual bricks making the checkered pattern and not stickers. And that made me mad, because idea sets in my opinion shouldn't have stickers in them. They should have brick build details. And that was just like, dude, come on. Like, you could easily do that. You're just being cheap, Lego. Like, you're just being parts cheap when it comes down to it.
Speaking of a Discord, Mark, I think both Dusty and Hennel have been trying to reach out to you.
Dusty Bricks. He's always trying to harass me, man. I don't even know where that guy's coming from. I was nice to him, too. But you don't always give me a hard time like that. Rusty, I've been such a good guy. I was nice to you. I didn't even make fun of your silly haircut. Did you like that?
He's got the first. He's probably the first YouTuber to ever been timed out by a dog. My dog timed him out in an accident once in someone's channel. I forget who it was, but my dog jumped up and hit my phone. I didn't even know a dog's paw could actually heat transfer onto the iPhone, but it did.
Only Dusty can be timed out by a canine for sure.
It timed out Dusty in one of the chats. Everyone's like, "Why did you time out?" I'm like, "My dog did it, bro."
Dusty. It was even me. I don't even know why he's trying to reach me out on Discord. What's Discord, bro?
Discord,
what's wrong with Instagram? What's wrong with the comment section in YouTube? What is Discord? Discard?
I think Dusty has more experience on Discord, then
Oh, Johnny, if Dusty's just looking for a drinking buddy, dude, sign me up. Dude, I've
Oh, yeah, it was
Yeah.
Butchop's
been hanging
channel.
out a long time
Butchop.
ago. Holy shit.
It was Butchop's channel where my dog Muggsy timed out Dusty on accident.
Hello,
What
Butchop.
up, Chop? Happy weekend, man. Good Friday to you, good sir.
I can't remember
Yeah,
how
Discord's
many videos has Butchop done about Ninjago. I can't remember because I know that he's more.
Hey, Butt Chop, check it out. I'm working on the castle build here. Hey, you remember this bad boy? You remember this one? Huh? The epic Lion Knights castle with 2 horse party, 1 from each faction, right?
I'll put that on full screen.
Dude, Mayo, you gotta do Mayo, you gotta do a Nexo Nights month or a Chima month.
Well, the thing is, I don't have any. I don't have any Chima sets. So if there are some people that really like Chima, want to talk about nothing.
Necro, don't drop that, bro.
Want to talk about nothing but Chima. In October, is it?
Well, you got people like me and Butchop that will come on and talk about it with you.
Yeah, because if Stud Sidious and Butchop 2021 and some other Chima people want to come on to all of my live streams in Chima month and talk about Chima, then yeah, I'll do a Chima month.
That's rad,
gotta
man.
make this
Not
simple,
you give me
guys.
a heart attack, bro. Just you putting that around is giving me a heart attack.
Just stop touching, dude. Stop touching the Lego castle, bro.
Yeah,
looks
but
rad. You're killing
Butchop
me.
asked, "Are you rebuilding it?" He's about to. Butchop.
I'm about to. No, I'm working on how to make the best entrance. Like I got one of these mirror built, so I'm thinking about knocking out this wall and making this drawbridge double wide.
That'd be
Right.
cool.
Man, it's gonna be yet again one hell of a project.
It looks dope though, dude. It looks dope. I have a castle that I've been slowly really working on. I haven't shown it to one yet because they take forever to do mocks anyways and order parts. But like in all black, it's like black with dark grays, like an evil. I forget what set number it is, but Lego did an old like all black evil castle like a long time ago. So I want to kind of do something like that. That thing looks awesome, dude.
Oh, quite a few Ninjago live streams and uploads. Right on.
It's funny that they'll bring back that stupid Bionicle stuff for GWP, but they won't do any Nexo Knights or Chima at all. Like, come on. There's just as many fans out there as the Bionicle fans. If not
No,
more.
Well,
I beg to differ. There's way more Bionicle fans out there.
No, I don't think so. If there was, they'd actually bring Bionicle fully back.
I would say there's way more loud Bionicle fans.
Exactly. Yeah. I agree with that. Like, I think that's what Mayo was saying. There's more people that like, but there's so many because like TJ, your friend, he doesn't buy regular bricks, but he buys Bionicle.
Yeah.
Chima and Nexo Knights fans will buy regular bricks.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that same friend. He's also into Sonic, so he got the Sonic set.
Yeah.
And he wants to get the stuff that's rumored.
I
And
know.
I think
that-
he's got like a few other things, but man, he
I
was so
know.
excited to get that promo.
I know
Stop
there's a lot of
by the other day and
Bionicle
got it.
fans. I know there's a lot of Bionicle fans out there, but they're not like it's like people that like
Yeah.
regular Lego would take a Chima GWP over that Bionicle one.
Yeah. Yeah, when is Alien Conquest Month? When's Space Police Month?
Well, I think one of these days I'm going to do another space month to talk about all of the different space themes, because I know that that there are some people that really like Alien Conquest. A bunch of people really like the classic space and the vintage space themes. Mark really likes the Explorians from the mid-90s. and TJ really likes Space Police.
Yeah,
Dude.
I like Space Police 3.
Yeah, I love how they always had the translucent red and blue stuff in Space Police.
Yeah, look.
And they even take care of
Space
that.
Police 1 had the red, had the trans red and blue, and that's probably my favorite wave of Space Police. Although
Yeah.
the Space Police 2 is probably has more playabilities. I'm not sold on mixing grey with the black and the trans green. I think if they had not included the grey, they would have been better.
So when I was a kid, like I said, all we had was the
There we
white.
go.
At first, it was just the white classic space figures because they were trying to do the whole
This-
NASA thing.
This may be a Ninjago stream, but here we go. We got Brick Daddy.
Oh, nice. See, Mark
Yeah.
really likes that figure.
This fig is fantastic.
They like the head molds.
Yeah. I only have one, unfortunately, but he is cool.
You really like that guy, don't
Yeah.
you, Mark?
Dude, like true classic space from when I was a kid, it was like all just white figs.
Oh, I had to get that guy. This whole
Yeah.
boss.
Yeah, this guy is fantastic. And then also in Space Police 3 was the first ever four-armed fig.
Yeah.
Ninjago can't take credit. This was the first one.
That guy's kind of creepy though.
Yeah, and also you can fit a bar through his mouth.
Yeah, that's
I'm
Steve. That's fine.
Oh, here we go.
Alien Conquest and Galaxy Squad. would
There we
be
go.
fun.
See?
Yeah, that's cool. And he spins.
Um,
When I
Yeah.
first,
Yeah, I gave them all custom weapons.
when I
Oh
first,
yeah, I had to get the whole.
I even
crew.
have these
Brick Daddy,
big,
Squiddy, One-Eyed Snake.
big rocket launchers.
when I first saw the like the red and the
Brick
yellow.
Daddy's known for his
That's-
big rocket
That's,
launcher.
yeah, that's a dope. That CMF
Yeah.
Blacktron figure you just have is one of my favorites, dude.
Yeah.
It's newer, but I
There's,
love it. I
There's
love
another
the
one of my
body.
favorites, Craniac.
That's a cool helmet headpiece.
Yeah,
I like
this
that one.
this was
Love
this was exclusive to one set. There's his face underneath.
That dark red one that goes on top of that. That's
Yeah.
I like that.
And then the Skull Twins had the same mask, just in a different color.
Yeah, when I was a kid, Classic Space, we didn't have this, dude.
Yeah, I
We
like
had-
those.
Yeah.
we were lucky to get a red Classic Space
Only
fig,
this though.
and then a black one when they made the all
And
black.
of course,
Space fig. I
Of
was
course,
so happy.
Squidman, aka P Squiddy. Yes, that name is real.
P Squiddy.
Yeah, I remember. I forget where I was, but
He's the
someone
right
thought I was
hand
making that up.
P Squiddy. Hashtag right hand man.
Someone
He's
thought I
like
was making
He-Man,
up that
dude.
name, but that name is real.
He looks
That's
like
real,
the
that's
He-Man,
right there.
the He-Man villain. There's a He-Man villain that was close to that.
Yeah.
I forget his name.
I wonder how he sees.
When I was a kid, we just had
He
white
walks
Classic
looking up.
Space.
Yeah, he only looks up. That's right.
So he's got to kind of walk like this.
Well, maybe he
Or
lays
the-
in the ship on his belly. You never know.
Yeah, here's Snake.
One-eyed snake. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he was the most common of the.
How's the one-eyed snake
Villain.
the hairless one out of the bunch? You know,
Yeah,
somehow
no,
one-eyed
'cause he-
snake.
'cause he's
have
got
any
the
hair,
helmet.
which seems like irregular.
How did Lego make a penis reference in a villain with the one?
Yeah, exactly. They did it on purpose. Though.
Because designers are having.
I mean, they got Brick Daddy in here too, so.
Slow down, butt chop. We can't
Yeah.
read your cats that
All right,
fast.
that's enough Space Police. I also have my DC and Marvel stuff in here.
Between you,
I
Johnny,
bought
and
I bought
Steve,
this fig last time when I'm at Brick World Chicago, and I think I'm gonna sell it at the next Brick World.
It's got
Chicago.
dual molded legs. That's cool.
Exactly.
What? Oh no, these aren't dual molded.
You're
Butt
full
chop.
of hints, butt
Oh, it's
chop.
just printed.
That's why
It's
it's full of
printed,
hints.
Yeah, it's printed and side printed, but not back printed.
Butchop understands the purpose of slow mode perfectly.
I found that on. I think what was it, Good Deal at the time.
He didn't even mean intense, Snail. Butt chop meant insane amount. He didn't even mean intense. He meant insane amount of chatters. Actually,
Like
Yeah.
Chop knows I'm a big old school Classic Space fan because I grew up on it. Like that's all we really had. Castle was just coming in when I was a kid when when Classic Space was there, and it was funny because they didn't even call them. They would always call them like they would say the Space Shuttle instead of the Galaxy Explorer, but it was like now it's the iconic Lego Galaxy Explorer ship, but back then they called it a Space Shuttle. Like that's how preliminary space was back then. They were just trying to do what NASA did, which was funny.
No, at the next Brick World Chicago, I may sell my She-Hulk fig. So who knows? We'll see if it's still worth anything.
And since the chat is flying, I'd like to remind everyone that that a Dead Bricks exists.
What up, Dead Bricks?
Yeah.
Customs.
What? Sorry, I was organizing some Lego. What? Sorry.
Right on, bro. That's the best shout out you can get while you're keeping busy. Right on.
Dead Bricks is just pulling a TJ.
Yeah, because I just want to remind everyone, this is something we normally say about TJ, but Dead Bricks is allowed to have as many lines as he wants.
Hey, cheers, Steve. We'll catch you up tomorrow morning, buddy.
See ya, Steve.
Nice long weekend for me. I'm not bragging. I'm just saying I got a nice long weekend coming up here. Times 10 days. Yeah, buddy. We'll catch up with you soon, Steve.
Macro, I saw what you were saying about the those shirts in like doing like the instruction kind of thing of things getting put together. The only thing we got to worry about is if the "Do you Lego, bro?" When we use the word Lego, we're gonna get in trouble. So I got to come up with a creative way around it. But I already have a few ideas to how to do that. So,
but don't people put that in other?
You just might have a problem with the printer. Some printers just won't do it because they're gonna be
With the
like
logo, yeah.
They just, well, even just the word because it's trademark.
Yeah.
They'll be like, we can't. And some will. It just depends who you use.
I've had printers decline even a reference of a Lego brick, like that Lego brick that Brick Hive drew in the hand. I've had printers decline. We can't even do a parody of a copyright trademark, is what they say.
Mine won't do it, but I always have ways around it. So, like, I'll figure out a creative way to get around it and still convey the same exact message. So,
nice.
It's some printers you just like, unless you find a printer that will do it, I'll just give you the art where it actually says Lego and go for it. If you could find my printers, definitely won't do it. They'll always be like, come on, you know.
Well, I haven't had a problem with Vistaprint, and all I need is like the "Do you even Lego, bro?" in the Lego lettering, like the white, red, and yellow, or whatever it is.
I can do that right now when we're on the chat. That's easy. It's just my printers won't. When they see the word Lego in that font, they're gonna be like, "Nope, we're not doing that." So, but I have some other ideas. So I'll now that football season's over and I have time to do this stuff, I'll hit you up about it.
Oh, that'd be fun. That'd be fun. Appreciate it.
I still have I have one for Butt Chop that I want to do. Well, it's for me too. It's like there's an old the band Motorhead. They used to have this like devil head. And they have this specific font that they Motorhead is spelled in. But I did I just haven't finished drawing the Batlord helmet because it's got a ton of detail. But it's the Batlord helmet instead of the devil head, and it says Batlord in the Motorhead font with like little dots over the A's. Like it's total metalhead, and I'm gonna do it sleeveless for Chop because Chop loves the sleeveless tees. So
yeah, he does. Chop's always rocking the sleeveless, dude. I'm jealous sometimes. One, you must be living in a warm climate too to have guns that you got confidence in like that.
Well, I love sleeveless tees myself. It's just too cold here right now. But,
no rush, no worries, Mayo. Take your time, buddy.
What?
That Batlord shirt though is on the list too to finish because I want to send him one once I finish it because I know he'll appreciate it and he'll wear it. It's like it's the perfect thing, dude. It looks like the Motorhead concert shirt, but it's just Batlord. Pretty rad.
What am I taking my time on?
I know you just look you're rushing, like you're a little worried there and a piece fell off or you dropped or something.
Yeah, it's because this is not very stable.
Spread the legs out.
This falls over so easily.
Well, that's the articulation. Spread it out, buddy. Spread them.
She said.
Yeah, the legs need to move forward a bit, I think. It doesn't really like lean back on its hind legs, I suppose.
That's
I
because
think out of all the
there's only-
t-shirts at
the
Brickworld
thing is,
Chicago,
there's only 2 legs on this thing. This is
Hold on,
so
let me get mine.
unstable.
you gotta spread them feet out. It's gotta be like perfect. The feet, the toes, it all goes in tangent, you know. It's just like Mayo, if you didn't have any toes, you'd fall over on your face just like that as well. Put the toes
There.
down.
Oh, I see why.
Yeah.
I think
This
it's
is-
because I oriented this wrong.
Yeah, that's how that's how my legs are on the Overlord Dragon.
Yeah, I oriented this wrong.
Nice
I
and
put the
balanced.
knees on. I put the knees on backwards.
Oh, you put them on like a bird,
Mm.
or you didn't put them on like a bird.
I put the knees on backwards.
Johnny said, "I don't think Mayo knows how to Lego."
Maybe I don't.
You guys are too fun. Too fun.
Because
I'll be right
I
back.
put
I
the
gotta
knees
get
on
some more
backwards.
pieces here in the city. I gotta build some more of these goofy planter boxes.
I need to get off my butt and finish illustrating that Battler helmet because I gotta do it in like black. I gotta make it look like the Motorhead Devil Head, so it's gotta kind of be all like black and white, and it's just a lot of detail that I have to draw to make it look good, at least the way I want it to look.
I mean, I don't want to brag, but I think that would be the best shirt at Brickworld Chicago. Is that, do you even Lego, bro? Do you even throw, bro? That'd be the best shirt. There's some gooders. There's some gooders out there, but I think that one would take the creme de la creme.
Speaking of, do you even Lego, bro? What's your plans for the Saturday shenanigans? More cards.
Well, I got a busy time coming after this week, so I don't know how much Legoing I'm going to get done. I'd really love to start ripping apart this castle and getting 2 of these builds, the mirror build and the regular build, together. But I don't want to get it half ripped apart, take a week and a half off, and then forget what the hell I was doing. So what I'm doing for Saturday shenanigans, I don't know. But that is perfect because that's exactly what Saturday shenanigans is all about. You never know what you're going to get.
Dude, I think Butt Chop is right. I think there's just too much whole egg and mayo grease inside those joints that it's not going to stand up. Because mayo is so intense.
I have a bunch of extra pieces that probably aren't meant to be extras, but I'm not gonna bother with them.
Maybe Saturday shenanigans is just pre-Mexico drinking stream.
Because there's the dragon.
I love those teeth, though.
Yeah,
I love his mouth on that. How they're crooked and the overbite on that. Love it.
Rad. The teeth are rad. I was gonna say that too. The purple and black combo is good too.
I mean, we could probably do without that Penn State T-shirt in the background, but whatever.
Yeah, because this is, I'm mistaken, and now I wear this T-shirt.
That's
in
a
shame.
strange Penn State shirt, to be honest.
Yeah, now I wear this T-shirt in shame whenever my American football teams don't go good.
Those legs seem a little loosey-goosey.
I don't want to get in sports ball talk, but that was a good game, and I was praying that you guys would beat them, bro. You know, you had my support, but now I have to hear it from Cliff because they tied us in rings, the Raiders. So whatever. But let's get back to Lego talk. I was so thinking you guys were gonna pull that off, man. But
It's so unstable.
Mayo's gonna chuck this thing into the wall here. The legs are falling off. He doesn't even stand up straight. It's like this dragon just went through like the DUI check stop of his life or something.
Well, there's a reason why you don't attend more Saturday shenanigans.
You got to get up so early on a Sunday.
No. There's a reason why Butt Chop doesn't attend more Saturday shenanigans. It's because there's lots of live streams that happen on Saturday night.
True that.
I don't know.
In North America.
I mean, if you got ideas, Butt Chop, for the shenanigans, if you got an idea how we can make it more shenanigan-y, you know, I'm down for that.
I don't know. I don't pay attention to a lot of their streams. You guys know I have like there's a little handful of people that I chill with and go on their streams and talk to. There's plenty of streams out there that are great. There's so many that I'm only one dude, and I just chill with my friends instead of the bigger streams.
Yeah, true that.
Yeah.
I got the core group that I'm most prevalent in, but I'll always get around. Like I'm always kind of watching everyone and making my way around. But sometimes I might have to binge watch someone 3 weeks or 2 weeks after they did a couple videos, right? Like that's just how it works out sometimes.
Or like when I'm
Sometimes you're
doing
on there every
homework.
day.
Yeah, or like when I'm busy with stuff in real life, I end up spending a couple days binge watching someone's last 2 months worth of videos or something.
Like even Good Morning Brick World, I catch that later on usually because I'm always in Chops chat having fun, and then I just watch that, and I'll go watch bed instead, and then I catch Good Morning afterward.
We got some more gunplay.
So that dragon is finished. Now we're gonna unbox the boulder
Inside
blaster.
fireworks, watch out. That's a good set. That's a fun one, that boulder blaster. That's fun.
Does that
Yeah.
rotate? I assume those guns rotate. Looks like it does.
Yeah, that thing on
I
the
got
front.
that one
rotates
and their
if you
older
shoot it.
version. They're both great sets.
Yeah.
Do you own this set, Dead Bricks?
Yes. It's on my very top shelf at the
Hey,
moment.
look
It's
at
hanging
this.
out with the bounty.
Hold it on.
Yeah, so speaking of your top shelf, I know that we don't always have the same people who watch. Are you
All warm.
is it reasonable to show off that on your shelf right now?
Yeah, I can show it. I just gotta like sort out a little bit more Awakened Warriors from Master of the Mountain, and then after that I should be good.
Yeah,
Dude,
because
the real official Lego IPs, their own IPs, are always better because they're cheaper sets, way cooler villains than most of like the Star Wars junk, and then like the parts are always cool. Like you get better stuff in those sets, in my opinion. Like Ninjago, Chima, Nexus Knight, whichever theme they have running. I'm really curious about this dream stuff. I haven't looked into it enough to really see what it is, but I'm glad that people say there's not an app linked to it. Finally, Lego has given up.
Yeah,
on
let's hope not.
Until they have an eternal digital team, they're not going to be successful with that. So Lego was stupid for firing that team. They used to have an internal digital team, and they fired them. But that's why their shit sucks sometimes with that stuff. But I always love I'm curious to see what Dreams is. I loved Hidden Side. Hidden Side had some awesome villains and ghost figures. I always take the Hidden Side ghoul heads and put them in jars and stuff and mocks. They always have cool figures because they have bigger budgets for those. They don't have to pay the IP. They can kind of just do what they want.
Yeah, lots
hello,
of new prints as
SD
well.
Bricks. You're not late. We've still got a bit over an hour to go. So
I have the boulder blaster right here.
Yeah, let's see. Let's put Dead Bricks on the full screen. I kind of put him on full screen. Oh yeah, that's why, because I've got to put this like that, and now we can. No, that's weird.
He's got the dope ship in the
There we
back.
go. Solo
Yeah.
layout.
That's the other thing. Ninjago always has dope boats. Their boat sets are rad.
Yeah, there's going to be another Destiny's Bounty coming in.
Is that a legacy one? The big one in the back of the right, the red one?
Yes,
Is that
that's a legacy one.
Yeah, that one's hot.
Yeah, that's a really cool set. It was my first bounty.
Yeah, most of the legacy sets are hot.
That's hot. That's hot. That's hot.
I agree. Like a lot of the legacy sets were amazing. I love them so much. It sucks that they replaced it for core for the time being.
Yeah, the monastery set I loved. It had some cool parts in it, and I just wish it was kind of like a city set where the back of the building wasn't there. But I mean, you can always mock your own, which is cool. But
Can we
that one
see-
with the gates on
Can
it
we
and everything.
see
the
some of
courtyard.
the other sets?
Oh, I'm still in the work in progress of putting them all back up. I kind of have changed my mind repetitively, to the point where I'm getting annoyed with myself. But it's halfway done.
Yeah. Okay, gotcha. So I'm guessing all that stuff is going to be the product of the next a DBC update, so we better not spoil anything.
I mean, it's gonna be roughly the same orientation. It's just gonna be like a little bit like different, just slightly different angles and stuff. But like, I'm gonna be building the Ice Dragon creature soon. I don't know when, but soon.
I'm always a sucker. TJ knows for any serpentine Ninjago fig because I love snakes in general. So
Like this guy right here.
Yeah, they've made those so like they have them in gold like pearl gold, and they have them in all different colors now.
Choose SD.
I love in the Harry Potter sets too. They put them in the
I still need to get that piece.
Yeah, the underground, and they had emerald eyes, and they were the gray versions. I need to get them too. I should have bought the Harry Potter set just for those, but
that piece might still be in my wanted list.
Yeah, what the hell was? Not a Harry Potter fan. And I forget the name of the.
It was in one of the
Chamber of Secrets. It was in the Chamber of Secrets downstairs. It's all snake themed.
And Buttchop, I've got a question to ask you. Do you have a picture of your sig fig anywhere? Because I know that you use Izors. No, sorry, you use the. Wait, no. Correct me if I'm wrong, Buttchop, but don't you use the punk rocker from Series 7 or whatever number it was, CMF? Is that just sig fig, or is it a little bit different? Because I'd love to be able to assemble all of the pieces from my collection and try to build a Buttchop figure for my city.
I actually have extra art that I did of it's a buttocks with a cleaver in it, and it says Buttchop in the Lego font over it.
Cleaver.
I finished it, but it's like a minifig butt with a cleaver and the butt crack. It says Buttchop over the top in the Lego font.
Hacking your way up to the top.
Well, the only reason I ask is because people always talk about how figures that have the mohawk are a Buttchop figure, and I was just wondering if there was any minifigure that Buttchop likes to use.
Yeah, I'm missing the Zane, that gold figure. I'm missing that Zane one. Audiobooks, that's what I want to get more into. Audiobooks. I do a lot of driving, and a lot of times where I'm working by myself, listen to radio. Instead of listening to radio, I can listen to audiobooks.
What I'll ask you, Buttchop, is would you feel satisfied if people decided to would you be comfortable with people making changes to the Izor minifigures to make it into their version of a Buttchop figure?
He says he lets people.
Yeah, I can't have my own version. I have to have a life to size ratio. I need it to be perfect Buttchop. So get that mohawk in order, and let's make it work there.
Yeah, because I think I might try to make a I think I might try to use some different pieces from my collection that and use the mohawk on top to make something that looks like a Buttchop. Because that's what I wanted to confirm, whether he has one or not, and he doesn't. Because there's a whole lot of storylines that I could use a Buttchop in my city, much like how I have other sig figs in my city that have different storylines. I haven't heard much about a Gallagade in a really long time.
I'm the same way. I don't have an official minifig, but I made like a Marvel Star Wars mashup of Stud Sidious of like. It's like the Ronin mixed with like Bounty Hunter.
Yeah, I'm gonna make myself a Buttchop sig fig. He's gonna have a black shirt, two sleeveless arms. Not one, but two.
Yeah, put this on the screen for a second so they can see it.
Well, I'll
look at that face piece. Full screen. Oh yeah, look. Dude, look at that headpiece.
That's the Sidious. He's just a Sith, just a random Sith mashup of Marvel and Star Wars.
That headpiece helmet is epic, dude. That cloak.
That's a Ronin helmet. It's a Ronin helmet, and then there's like a Star Wars thing underneath. Like it's just the two IPs I love mixed together. But
that's like the coolest thing I've ever seen. Down.
The custom, the blade is custom. The hilt is, but
dude, I like that. The shirt, the head, I like that.
it's like half Star Wars, half Marvel, which is kind of the themes I like. Well, the big IPs I like. So Stud Cities, it made sense to mix them together.
Well, I gladly appreciate all of that information, Butt Chop, because when I film my city update over the weekend, which will be early access to my Patreon pledges before it goes out on the last Thursday. Before it goes out on the last Thursday of the month, now I can include. Well, now I'll try and make my interpretation of Butt Chop, making to use Izor's.
Yeah, I gotta use more parts of the city, I guess.
Because having a signature minifigure piece,
I'll be back.
and letting everyone else use all other different types of minifigure pieces to kind of be like eye of the beholder and make a representation of someone in Lego however they want to, actually makes it easier for me. So thank you, Butchop.
That Ronin helmet is dope. Macro, I love that thing. It's expensive now. I think it's hard to find. Well, not hard to find.
That chart and on that minifig, that whole thing would look epic.
Yeah, thanks, dude. That Ronin helmet is so. And they only made it once. They made Ronin once, and I was like, dude. And it actually didn't even look like his comic book helmet. It looked nothing like it. But I was like, dude, that kind of looks like a Sith, like some kind of weird Star Wars bounty hunter. So I just kind of mixed it up. But that part, I ordered like 4 of them because I want to make like a skeleton thing for like with the whole wizard mock I'm doing and stuff. I want to use that helmet somehow because it's like a hood. It's like a weird draped hood. It just looks kind of creepy. But I wish they made the part more often. But Ronin, you don't get him too much in Marvel sets.
Yes, exactly. It's like an artiste. I have the beholder.
Yeah, I got the damn hiccups. Holy shit.
Okay, so whenever someone has hiccups, I always suggest that they stop breathing for about 10 seconds.
I could do that. It would not be a Friday night without hiccups. Right, 10 seconds, right? 10 seconds.
Hold your breath for 10 seconds because that helps to correct your diaphragm. Because when people get hiccups, it's because their diaphragm it gets out of order. So if you hold your breath for 10 seconds, that gives enough time for your diaphragm to correct itself.
Dude, if I had to give out those sig figs, it would be expensive because that Ronin helmet is rare, and then that minifig head is from from a rare Star Wars little ship as well. The face under there, so it'd be expensive to hand those things out. There's no way I would be able to show being like, here you go for free, like because those parts are expensive, dude.
I'll look at that after I've done some stuff in Forge of Empires. I'm pretty sure that's one of the rocker with the. I'm guessing you're referring to one of the punk rock collectible minifigures if you're posting up something from eBay.
I'm really pumped about the not the Temple of Doom set, the new Indiana Jones set itself, but the Mola Ram, the dude who like rips the hearts out of people. The old figure was rad. I have it somewhere here, but you had to put the horns into the head. This new one, supposedly, it's like a whole new mold for his head, which I'm curious to see. That's the only reason I want that set. That new Indiana Jones Temple of Doom set. Those sets kind of look weak in my opinion, actually, but I want the figs.
So the big question is for you, Start. If I was to make an artistic impression of you as a minifigure, how would I go about doing it?
There's a lot of. I mean, I'm thinking about it. There's a lot of crazy stuff because the Indiana Jones is coming back with Lego. There's gonna be Zelda. Hopefully Mario minifigs. Like I said, like this next year or so should be pretty cool.
And I'm not sure if a Dead Bricks has a sig fig or not.
Not yet, but like I've been thinking about one, and it like I'm gonna use like a plain blue shirt, black pants, some kind of generic city face, and Cole's hair from Lego Ninjago movie, but not the Himandan one, the Shaggy one.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure I have all of those pieces in my collection. So maybe I might be able to help you out. Because I'm pretty sure I acquired a plain blue torso from an eBay bulk lot I got with a whole bunch of adapter pieces like 4 years ago. Does anyone remember that before Lego Education it was Lego Adapter?
The name sounds familiar.
Yeah, because I think Lego replaced Dacta with Education in 2005.
The other sig fig I was actually thinking about changing it to and actually making it as like my little profile on Instagram was the old classic spacesuit, the black spacesuit, classic space dude, but with the skull with the red eyes from Ninjago underneath it, kind of like a dead spaceman.
Because
that's one of the best skulls skull head prints came from Ninjago. With the has the red eyes. I don't have it right here on hand. It's somewhere in my collection, but it has like red and yellow eyes. It's a normal minifig head, but the print is like this kind of like zombie skull. I forget. It's from one of the Ninjago characters. I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
Is it from Core or is it from something else?
Let me see. Let me find it to show you because you guys will know.
Is it the Skull Sorcerer skull accompanying head thing?
Is that the one on the mask? Hold on, I'll get it somewhere here and I'll show you because you guys will definitely know better than I do.
Hold on, is it this?
No, because it's not mold. It's a regular minifig head mold. Hold on, let me see. I'll find it. I'm pretty sure it's from Ninjago, but you guys will know.
We got Skywin in the chat. Hey, Skywin. Everyone, don't forget, since we hit 500 subscribers, I am currently in the process of designing the UCS potato on Stud.io. And hopefully I'll have that UCS potato built by the end of the year. And speaking of potatoes, everyone make sure to go and subscribe to someone that Makro Bricks always talks about, the Brick Bods. Because if you go watch the Brick Bods and you type !potato, they have a Streamlabs command that plays the minion saying potato as a pop-up. So go subscribe to the Brick Bods if you like potatoes.
What up, Sky Red? Long time no see. Cheers, man.
And watch their live streams if you like potatoes. But of course, subscribe to Skywin if you like potatoes. And I believe in one of his most recent videos, he answered the question why he likes potatoes. I haven't watched it yet because I've been swamped with homework, and homework is for taxpayers. But now that I'm done with homework, I have a lot more free time. Bye, Skywin.
I don't know where I put it recently, but everyone told me it's from Ninjago. I used it, Butchop will know, because I used it in that old Dark Wizard's Lair mock I made. It's like a skull. It was covered up by like a Mr. Wu or a Wu beard and a pointy wizard hat, but it's like a skull face print, but he's got red eyes with yellow print in them. It looks like the normal classic Lego skull face print, but it's got a little different mouth, and then his eyes are different. Man, I wish I knew where I put it. It's from Ninjago. I'm almost positive. Didn't they do like a whole skeleton? I think.
Yeah, I feel like I know what you're talking about.
He was like the leader of the little skeleton army before they made like that skeleton mold head you showed TJ. I don't know where I put it. It's somewhere here. Oh, here it is. Hold on, I got it. It was in my Zelda set. It's in my Zelda box. It's right in front of me. Oh, let me get it on camera. Get his arm out of the way. See that?
Yeah.
Isn't that from the bodies? I mean, I matched this up for a mock, but where's that head print from? Isn't it Ninjago?
I think so. Let me look it up. I think I
Do you
might
know anything about that skull, Deadwoods?
This is my favorite skull print that Lego's made.
It looks like it's from like decently modern castle, but not too modern.
Yeah, I feel like that might have been in one Ninjago set. I'm gonna find it.
I use it as the in Zelda they had the skeletons that would throw daggers at you. So
Are you sure that's not from the Fantasy Castle thing?
I don't know. Most people that see it say that it's from Ninjago, but you guys would know better than I would.
Because I'm not.
Oh yeah, that
I
is.
thought
Hold on.
I thought I saw
appears
skeletons
in nothing.
similar to that in the Fantasy Castle thing.
I only have 2 of them. I need to order more of them.
But it might be a slightly
Yeah,
different...
it's fantasy era.
Yeah, I was thinking Fantasy Castle.
Yeah, but it did appear in one Ninjago set though. It appeared in the Lightning Dragon battle. But the majority, it looks like, are fantasy era sets.
Yeah, that's my favorite skull head. But everyone who's ever seen it, they're like, "Oh no, it's from Ninjago." I was like, "Okay, whatever. It looks cool. I like it." I want to put him in a black plastic space, like a dead space.
Yeah, there were 4 in the Lightning Dragon battle because they were part of the Flickfire missiles on the skeleton chopper.
Yeah, because everyone who's ever said it, that's what they told me.
Yeah,
it came
but they were in a lot more fantasy era castle sets.
Yeah,
they
I
do
grew
look
up-
similar to a couple of the heads from 2011 Skeleton Ninjago. So I can see how people would make that mistake.
I just think it's a much more expressive skeleton face than the regular skeleton like Lego print.
Yeah.
Yeah, because all the Ninjago fans remember that the first year of Ninjago was all about Garmadon and his skeletons. Because I think they tried to play it safe, and skeleton bowling is probably actually my favorite Ninjago set.
I see
I still have that built.
I see you, butt chop, but everyone kept saying it was from Ninjago. I don't know. I think that's why I would have asked people, like, "Where's this from?"
It was in a Ninjago set, but it was not Ninjago first.
Yeah, because T-Mog217 said that he might come on after he gets off work, and I know that he did a review of the skeleton bowling set.
Yeah,
I'm
that
using
set was
those
cool.
for Castlevania. I'm doing a Castlevania mock as well with my little Nintendo series, and I'm obsessed with. But I just love that skull face looks so more expressive than the normal Lego skeleton face. I just figured it was the leader of the skeleton army in Ninjago, but those are the molded heads that TJ was showing.
All right, well, I'm getting really tired, so I'm gonna go to bed.
Yeah, because it's after midnight now.
It's 11.
Oh no, yes,
But yeah, the point still stands. I'm tired anyway.
yeah. Anyway, before you go, do you have any plugs and future Lego projects?
Well, Sunday morning, Good Morning Brick World. That's 10 a.m. Eastern time. We got our stuff going on there. Wednesday night, next Wednesday, assuming it doesn't get canceled, will be 9 p.m. Eastern on Bricksmith's channel. We'll be wrapping up, hopefully, building Ninjago City Gardens.
That mock TJ, is it two separate mocks that you have the Ninjago mock?
No, it's here. I'll show it again before I leave. I can do that. 'Cause I gotta put it back on my table anyway. It's one thing. I just made it separatable into two different parts because I felt that was wiser for transport.
Oh no, definitely is. When I first saw it, I was just like, yeah, I know he's making the dark water for a reason. I just don't know why, and I was curious.
Yeah.
It was small.
Ignore this red column. That's just there for me to get a height reference.
Hive didn't put it on the big screen, so I couldn't fully tell to begin with.
Yeah.
And you were also in the middle of working on it, so it wasn't even done.
Yeah, this is nowhere near done, but I'm starting to get there. But I'm gonna have to order a lot of gray brick in order to continue further in this section. I mean, I can work on it a little bit, but really all I can do is a few other little details.
I need to order a bunch of those. Those.
But this has got once I'm done with this, Ninjago City will connect to this side over here, and then I'm gonna modify the garden portion to make it a 32 by 32 base plate instead of the 16 by 32. And I'll
pretty big. The way you put there together, it's pretty big.
Yeah, and then for the time being, well, I'm sure I'll integrate the markets as well into the build, but I'm going to try and integrate that a bit more smoothly than the gardens, because the goal is to get as many mocks as possible into this, so that like when I take it to shows, there's not a lot of official sets.
Yeah,
but the majority of the layout.
Bricklink orders in.
Yeah, I gotta order a lot of gray brick, but yeah, this is the progress so far, and I'm liking it so far.
I just ordered a ton of those. People are calling them the fern parts that were in the Lord of the Rings sets. Those ferns. Yeah. But it's the top of the carrot minifig head in the CMF series. I want Lego to make those in different colors, different shades.
Yeah, this height from the bottom up to where the stairs go. That's the basement height. That's 8 bricks tall. And the first floor is going to be about the same height.
Yeah, so you're gonna, how many floors are you going up with it?
Well, I'll have the first floor. There'll be a second floor that's a bit shorter. It'll probably only be a few bricks tall, maybe 4 or so. And then there'll be the roof as well.
So 2 stories in a basement.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, the second story and roof are kind of a combo. And then there's a bit more to the roof, but the full roof won't be. There's like a little bit more up in the middle. And that's why I still have this part intact from my Battle for Ninjago City set. This is the dragon head that hangs off of it. I'll probably have to modify it, but yeah. So this is how it is so far. I just need to have it done by June. And I do have more water tiles eventually. Eventually those will get to me. I ordered them from Lego.com. So they'll be here eventually. I think I've ordered them early enough to where they should get here before June. And if I need any more, I'll just steal them from Ninjago City Gardens. Yeah. So yeah, that's how it's looking. You know, I say this every week on Good Morning Brickworld, but you know, there could be video content from me. Who knows? I just need to find a good time to actually sit down and film.
Yeah, I'm the same way.
I was not alive in 1984, Johnny G. I was negative 16 years old at the time.
And I was what would it have been? I would have been negative 17 years old.
Yeah.
Man,
all right, well.
You guys make me feel old.
All right, I'll catch you guys later.
Yep. Have a good night.
TJ.
Thanks for coming out. See you next week on the Soaring Party.
Not at all.
Dude, when I was first getting Lego sets, the set numbers were in like the hundreds. So you look at it now, and it's up into like the 6 figures almost. So
yeah, and some of the best five
digit sets that have ever been made are Ninjago.
Like, dude, the classic space sets were like 442. They were like the little 442, and like they were in like the 400s when I started messing with it, like really getting into it.
Yeah, because you started collecting Lego in the mid 80s, didn't you?
In early 80s, yeah.
I've seen it.
Yeah,
Really?
and Mark, it was 10 years later for you.
Yeah, don't make excuses for me. You know, I stand alone. I appreciate the effort, Mayo, but you don't need to make excuses for me.
I wish I still had a lot of that stuff from when I was a kid, but my mother gave it to my nephews when I wasn't around, and I got some of it back, though, a lot of it back.
Dude, I graduated when I was like 17 and a half. Got the first full-time, the part-time job went full-time, and then I went back to my parents' house. I barely even moved out, bro. I barely even moved out. It's like, can we get my 9 ice cream buckets of Lego? Because I'm bored on a Sunday and I just want something to do when I'm not working, going hardcore as a young feller. My mom's like, well, I gave it away. I was like, what? She's like, oh yeah, I gave it away. I was like, where the hell is my 9 buckets of Lego at? She's like, it was in my crawl space. It was in my crawl space. I just gave it away because you were taking up my space.
Yeah, that's parents.
I thought, this isn't the proper thought, but I thought, bitch, please. You're going to give me a phone call, give me an ask? You're going to ask me, hey, Mark, do you want this Lego, or can I just give all this shitty plastic away? You didn't even ask me? I hate to say it, but come on, bitch, please.
Yeah,
What?
I mean,
What?
a bitch. Do you even Lego, bro?
Even Lego, bro? Oh, dude, I'm so to this day, I'll never let go of that vendetta. To this day, people can say what you want. You gotta grow as a person. You gotta let go of the history. You gotta let go of the past. Dude, you gave away all my childhood Lego. I am so pissed off. I am so bitter. To the day I die, I might not forgive you. I'm just saying.
I was lucky that my mom handed it down.
The difference with me is for a lot of Australians, we don't have to leave our homes to go to university. So I never had to put my Lego into storage. Instead, I just left it all out, not doing anything with it while doing all of my work. So I never had that experience. Well, got to pack everything up because I'm going off.
Yeah, but we didn't have phones back then, man. It was ice cream buckets and instructions.
Yeah.
And if you
And
didn't
therefore,
do it, you sent it away.
I've never technically had a dark age, because even when I say I had a 6 month,
so bad.
because even when I say I had a 6 month dark age in 2013 when I was getting involved with model trains, I still had a small section of Lego on my bookshelf. And then I realized, you know what, I like Lego more than I like model trains. It's time to get the Lego back out again, and I've just never stopped playing with Lego unless I've been buried in university work. Hey, Haley.
Happy Saturday.
My mom handed it down to
the weekend to you.
I mean, I was one of 5 kids too, so like my 2 older sisters didn't really care, but we had a huge bin, me and my 2 younger brothers, of all our sets. And we had all our sets, and we'd break them down and we'd all mock and have fun and just put all the sets into a bin of Lego. That got handed down to their kids. And then I would go into my brother's house, like literally like 4 or 5 years ago. I'd go to my brother's house and I'd bring his kids.
Growing up, I was pretty sure that my parents didn't like me that much. I don't know why. Maybe it's because they were 16 and pregnant, and they thought that I wrecked their life or whatever. But I'm pretty sure my parents didn't like me growing up. But where I knew for sure that they hated me growing up is when they gave away all my childhood Lego. Like when I went home at age 19, 20, 21, dude, I just graduated high school. That was a feat on its own. The fact that I actually graduated high school, they should have been impressed with. And then I went home and all my childhood Lego was gone. Dude, I was mortified. I could have burnt that house to the ground on the spot. Is how mortified I was.
See, I was smart though. All of it ended up in my youngest brothers. Out of all 5 kids in my family, my youngest brother ended up with it all. His kids had it. So I'd go to their house and I would bring them new sets, and I'd be like, "Here, you want this Batman set? Well, Uncle John's gonna take some stuff out of this bin here. We'll trade." And I would take back all my the Moon Crater classic base plates that had the moon craters. I would take those. I would take everything that was vintage back and be like, "Here, you can have this new Batman set," and they would trade me.
Oh, you'd have to. But even all the childhood Lego toys, like Stretch'em Armstrong, G.I. Joes, Barbies, like if you collected Infidelity Barbie back in the day, she's a prized possession. She's worth some money nowadays, So if you had Stretch'em Armstrong, G.I. Joe's original, dude, imagine your mom giving away your G.I. Joes, and the next kid twisting them up, turning them into helicopters, right? That's what the next kid did. He just turned them all into helicopters. You know how mortified you.
One thing my mom saved to let him happy is my original cast metal Voltron, because it was very expensive, and she spent so much money on it for Christmas that she couldn't give it away. She saved it for me.
Butt chop. The only thing my parents hoarded from me when I was young was my rent money. That was about it. Other than that, they gave it all away.
But that
it took my rent money. It took my rent money at age 14, and then age 15, they gave away all my age 13 toys. That's what happened.
Yeah, my parents ended up giving away a lot of stuff that I'm like, there was no way I was gonna be interested in that 10 years down the road. So I don't blame them 100%. But there was some stuff there was some stuff I still wish I had. But luckily they've never given away any of my Lego because I've never stopped playing with Lego.
Oh, I still have the metal Voltron, my metal GoBot toys, and my metal Transformers, but all the plastic He-Man stuff, and we had that. I had the Castle Grayskull, the original one, all the figures. Not just me, myself, and my brothers, and that stuff's gone, long gone, and that's the stuff that's worth money. Although the metal Voltron's worth a lot of money. So I would. A lot of people
grew up with Hot Wheels, but I inherited a whole bunch of my brother's Micro Machines, just like how I have
those too still.
How I inherited all of my brother's old Lego, and he had the Super Auto World Center that came out in I think 1995, and that was awesome to play with.
I still have the Micro Machine stuff. Those things are awesome.
Yeah, and then when they rebooted the Micro Machines in 2020, they made a re-release of the Super Van City, and so I found that 30% off in a department store, and I bought it. So now I've got the Super Van City above my wardrobe. I never had the Super Van City.
I didn't know they remade that.
And it fills up. All I'll say is that it's bigger than my Lazy Susan. So if anyone remembers me spinning around my castle on the Lazy Susan, you'd get a basic idea of how big it is. It's an impressive size.
I didn't know they relaunched the Micro Machines. I still have my little red Lamborghini Countach. They made a white one too. I cherish those things because I was obsessed with that little red Lamborghini.
Yeah, if anyone wants to see a whole bunch of Hot Wheels and Micro Machines content, I would recommend you go subscribe to. Sorry about those birds. I would recommend you go subscribe to a channel called Giggle Balaggle Toys.
And I was even young, I was in middle school when I still had Micro Machines going on. I was just obsessed with I loved car design, and I would love Micro Machines. For some reason, I would collect every single one I could get my hands on. I still have those for sure.
Micro Machines was originally made by Galoob Toys, and then I think Galoob got bought out. They got bought out by either Hasbro or Mattel.
You're taking me back with Galoob, and they always had the dude who could talk really fast in the commercials.
Yes,
Yeah.
and he did an interview with someone from I think it was NBC in the 90s, and he sung Michael Jackson's "Bad" in like 30 seconds, and it's what "Bad" is a 3.5-minute song. He was able to do it at 10 times the speed.
Yeah, those Micro Machine commercials, man. He was no joke. He would talk so fast in 30
They
seconds.
were really good commercials.
I had I'm not kidding. I had every single one, dude. And I used to be in love with the Battle Beasts. Battle Beasts were these little rubber toys, and they had you could put your thumb on their chest, and it was like the game Paper Rock Scissors, only it was like wood, fire, water, and
rock paper scissors.
Rock paper scissors. One figure would beat the other. Like you put your thumb on it, and the heat from your thumb would display if it was fire or water. And the Battle Beasts they were like little muscle men, or little pink muscle men figs, but they were animals. And like I still have all those actually too. Thank God my mother didn't throw those out. I was obsessed with those. Those that really aren't worth that much though. But to me, they're nostalgic because I used to actually, they were almost minifig size. So I would put them in my minifig mocks. Like I had my Lego mocks. I'd build all these Lego mocks and have those dudes inside of it. Like that takes me way back, dude. Way back.
Yeah.
Man, I got to jump off here. You know, it's the start of my long weekend, and I got a little too excited, so I gotta jump off here real quick.
Yeah, we're only going to be live for another half an hour. So anyway, do you have any? I know you don't like to plug yourself, so I'll ask what's the Lego projects coming up.
Well, I love to plug myself in all the right ways, but yet in all the wrong ways. So I would say coming up tomorrow I'll be hanging out with all you great peeps on the YouTubes this weekend. Ruth, we're hanging out with Ruth, the Door Builds. She's rounding out the 1,000 subscribers, hanging out with the Brick Bods. Ian the right way, man, the voice of reason. And Carrie.
Yeah,
that's my weekend. That's what I'm up to. That's what I'm doing. I'm just building, hanging out, and doing YouTubes. So thanks, Mayo, for having me on. Congrats to you onto the subscriber count and above and beyond, and we'll catch up with you guys soon.
Yeah, I'll see you next time. See you on the sorting party.
Ian got all mad at me one time when I told him it was McDonald's, not McDonald's, and get all pissed. But I was like, dude, I get that in Scotland and everything, in Ireland they call it Mac.
You know what?
But in America, it's McDonald's.
Turn at the Mac.
I'll do one more.
I mean, it's McDonald's. It's an American franchise. We call it McDonald's. You will call it whatever they want. It's called McDonald's here. So in Europe, though, I get why they say Mac instead of Mick, and I get why. But it's not a European franchise; it's an American franchise, and we call it McDonald's.
Yeah. Yes, I'm still playing Forge of Empires.
All right, so I'm gonna go for the night. Sorry about that, because I'm really tired and I'm really hungry at the same time. So
it's after almost 12:30. So do you have any plugs for social media and future Lego projects?
I'm not gonna do it tonight. I'm really tired, but I will plug one. Dead Bricks 2 if you're interested in pure Lego content on Instagram. I don't post on there as often because I'm focusing on my art account. But I'll go into more detail of that in another stream. But thanks for having me on, Mayo. I really appreciate it.
We always love having you.
Take care, Dead Bricks.
See you, Macro. See you, Stud CDS.
Later, man.
Have a great weekend, man.
Bye.
Have a good night.
Oh, X was right. They claim that Porsche is mispronounced in America too. I mean, I even do it, but in McDonald's, he got so angry about it, and I was like, "Bro, that's just the way it is." I used to make commercials for McDonald's. If I said McDonald's in a commercial and that didn't say McDonald's, they'd be like, who are you? Who did we hire? Like they would fire you. Like
That's just the East or West thing, whether it's Mac or Mick. McDonald's.
It's just they call it McDonald's in America. So I can't know the history behind Scotland and Ireland and how it's the Mick is Mac, and I totally get that.
You know, that pissed me off all the time too when people call it macro or micro. Like, bro, get it fucking right, man. Macro or micro? Dude, it's macro.
And I hope not too many people. And I hope not too many people spell your name with a K instead of a C, because people want to put an S on the end of my surname all the time.
Yeah, it's a funny world.
It was just funny that Ian was arguing about it. I'm like, Ian, it's an American franchise. The way we say it is the right way. It's not a European franchise.
That's exactly it. The way we say it.
Like, that's just. I'm sorry, you're not right in this case. Like, I'm just sorry.
And whether you say it this way in Seattle or this way in Louisiana, they're both right because that's how we say it in America.
So it is
It's
what
all
it
a
is.
difference in the regional. It's all a difference in the regional dialect.
Yeah, but even in America, most people call it Mickey D's. Like they abbreviate it. A lot of people call it
high end.
Yeah, and like I get really triggered when all the Australians call McDonald's Maccas, and that's how they now brand themselves in Australian McDonald's commercials, and that always pisses me off because that's not even a regional difference in pronunciation. That is just a nickname that caught on across my whole country to such a large degree that they decided to change their advertising campaigns to call themselves Maccas instead of McDonald's to be more relatable to the
more hype to the demographic.
And I'm like, how could this country let that happen? I don't know why.
Well, that was the same way in Europe, though. That most people in Europe call it McDonald's, and they do. It's just
but that's at least a difference because that's just a regional pronunciation, not a nickname. Because it's like how some Americans call McDonald's Mickey D's. That's a nickname, but
that's right though. That's correct though.
Yeah, but McDonald's America is never going to brand themselves in advertising as Mickey D's, but Australian McDonald's are now branding themselves as Maccas because of silly regional nickname.
They've done it once or twice in the American commercials, but it's only in context. And then at the end, they say McDonald's. It's usually the actor who will say, "I want some Mickey D's." You know, like, because
it's really only the actors in the commercials, not the actual narrator of the commercial.
Yeah, then at the end, the narrator will show the logo. The narrator will say McDonald's, but the actor will be like, "I want some Mickey D's," you know. So, but it's like that's rare that they do it. But just my point was, it's an American franchise. Like, who are you to say that we're saying it wrong? We're saying it the way.
What pisses me off trying to walk off the plank is that when McDonald's advertise themselves on ESPN Australia, whoever is presenting the sports show at the time that is being sponsored by McDonald's, instead of having the hosts of the show say the sponsorship, they get an ESPN Australia narrator to say this show is presented by Maccas. It's like, no, I hate that so much. That's just a pet.
We even have rip off KFC here. We have Kennedy Fried Chicken, especially.
Yeah, but that's a separate a separate company. It's,
Oh, yeah,
it's
it's a
such-
separate company,
I
but
know
it's
it is.
like-
I know it is a ridiculous thing to complain about, but I just can't help myself.
It's just funny because we have Kennedy Fried Chickens here. And so when some people say KFC around New York or Connecticut or like Jersey, you don't know if they mean Kennedy Fried Chicken or actual Kentucky Fried Chicken, because we have a Kennedy Fried Chicken here, which is, and I think it's other. I don't know. It might be other places in the U.S., but it's a bootleg version of KFC. They have more. They do fish and chips. They do all kinds of. It's just like a fried food joint that does chicken, but they call themselves KFC, Kennedy Fried Chicken, and they get away with it.
Yeah, and like I know it's Australian. I know it's Australian culture that has dictated the situation, but as someone who's in academic and studies all the different ways that corporates whip you off in this.
Come on, I reap the rewards of academic studies.
And because I research a whole bunch of shit, and I know all of
Grade A student.
and I know so much about economics. It just hits home for me harder.
I'll tell you though, these brands, especially in America, when you do like marketing work for them, if you like, when I was working at Lego, and it was many years ago, if I didn't spell it in all caps in a brochure or a marketing piece, and if I used plural, they would eventually, if I did it too many times, they're going to fire you, because they're like, dude, you don't understand our brand, you don't get what we're about, there's a meaning behind it. And I got so used to typing it in all caps and not using plural because they would get angry. Like the proofreaders would go nuts on me. So you just get, and I know why they did it, but it's so funny because I see people do it all the time and say Legos or this or that, and it gives me flashbacks of like, dude, if I said that when I was working there, they would get really upset because you're supposed to know the brand.
Yeah, like to make my rant more relatable, I complain about McDonald's being called Macca's in Australian commercials. It's equivalent of when I complain about how people say Legos, or they don't realize that when you type the word Lego, it needs to be in all caps because it's a brand name.
Well,
some people actually don't realize, because they don't watch enough smart people on YouTube. They don't. It's not all that common knowledge that you're actually supposed to spell Lego with all caps. Because Lego has it somewhere.
Sorry.
Lego has it somewhere on their website that you can't put an S on the end of Lego, and you're not allowed to use lowercase letters. It's somewhere on their website, but I can't be bothered to go get the page.
No, it's definitely true, bro. No, every graphic designer that ever designed anything for them that went to public you had to use all caps and you couldn't use plural. It's just the way it is.
Yeah, so that's how I it's a similar thing, a similar situation.
Well, it makes sense though, because it's an actual play off words in the Danish language, so it means to play or go play. So I forget what it is, but that's why. So I get why they want their employees to actually, if you're sitting there making marketing materials for the brand, they want you to understand the actual, history of the brand. It makes total sense, but they would get very upset if you did not put it in all caps, and if you made it plural, they would get really angry.
I could totally imagine a butt chop having a radio show on the Conspiracy Network or something.
I can imagine Butt Chop and Makro having a conspiracy theory radio show. Guaranteed, Butt Chop. Dude, they've been tapping into us.
Whenever Makro Bricks and myself finally decide to commit to doing our podcast, of which both of us still have things getting in the way of that happening. At least once a month or once every 2 months, we should have a conspiracy radio segment and get Butt Chop on or something.
Yeah, we should. I can barely breathe right now. I'm so stuffed up.
Dude, that's Butt Chop. That's definitely one person that needs the cement shoes. I can just hear her gurgling as she goes underwater, saying, "What's up, party people?" While gurgling as she drowns.
Because for those who forgot, we were and Mark and I were talking about doing a podcast, and then we've delayed that by a few months now because we're both really busy boys. So what's going on? So I'm definitely not going to be able to finish all of this set. So I'm gonna save building this set, the rest of this set for other times.
Dude, that windscreen is amazing with the gold trim on it. I've never seen that. That's pretty dope, dude.
Yeah,
The
it
one you
is
have
pretty
right in front?
cool.
Yeah, that's sick, dude.
So I'm not exactly sure when I'll get this set done, but I will get it done eventually. And who knows, I might end up building the rest of this on different people's live streams. Who knows?
I like those yellow pieces. Oh, those are some good looking windscreens and whatever they got going on there. The yellow and gray. Right in front of your instruction book. Yeah. That's a good looking piece there. I like that. Nice.
It's got the pearl gold trim on it.
Dude, I know.
It's a nice accent color. It's kind of like how in the tornado spinner. They got the pearl gold accent.
Oh, that mini thing has been done before, though. That's a cool piece. That's a cool piece in physics, but that mini thing's been done before.
I wish they had that turban in black.
Sweet sauce. If you want that conspiracy stuff checked out,
Dude, they were talking about in the chat the BTS stuff, and I know it's controversial, but dude, like for someone that in Chop knows, he played in the hardcore scene and the punk scene, and like I was in a band myself, touring. I got signed to a record label doing that stuff. And the BTS, if you actually do research about it, and I know it sells well, it's huge, everyone loves it, I get it. Like all the mindless sheep in America eat it up, they love it. Like, but it's manufactured music. Like they actually have like camps and universities of people that are raised in, like they don't go to school, they're like homeschooled in these like universities of K-pop where they learn to sing, dance.
Oh yeah, it's AI built.
Dude, it's insane when you really look into how that music is manufactured. It's nuts, dude. Like it's like boot camp basically. They go to like K-pop boot camp.
And also, BTS had to get a special exemption from the South Korean government to delay their mandatory military whatever because they were on world tour.
Yeah, no, the military is definitely involved. I mean, it's somewhat communist what they do with those kids, which is crazy, dude. To me, it's just crazy. But hey, they sell in America just like it. I mean, the boy bands in America did the same thing with the manufactured music, but they didn't have like camps where they were raising these kids and like picking the best of the best. Like,
and all of that was really from the late 90s to the early 2000s, when people like the Backstreet Boys and NSYNC were popular.
But I mean, Legos, that's stupid. They know they're going to make a ton of money off of it,
and that's why the Simpsons made a joke about it when NSYNC made a guest cameos in a season 14 episode where they had a music recording guru use a whole bunch of auto-tune machines to make Bart, Milhouse, Ralph, and Nelson sound good, and they ended up writing a song that if you played the song backwards in the chorus it says join the Navy, because it was making fun of how the US Army likes to put little pieces of propaganda into youth culture. They were making fun of that, and yeah,
I mean, it's just like
wouldn't be surprised if boy bands were attempted targets.
to me, it's just nuts because the whole, especially in the New York area when CBGBs was like a famous. I know there was a trend where everyone was wearing CBGB shirts, but that the club was closed down years before that. Everyone was wearing these CBGB shirts and thinking they were cool. But like in the whole hardcore punk scene, then you didn't want to sell out. You were making music that wasn't mainstream. You were against the whole mainstream thing. And yes, you would get popular and in your genre. Like we got signed to a record label in our genre that was owned by Elektra Records, but it was a smaller label that was for those type of bands that didn't. Their whole artistic voice was that they were against the mainstream. So to see BTS like that and to see how like the government is involved in the music, to me, it just disgusts me. But I mean, hey, it sells and Lego's gonna make a ton of money. But to me, it's just like, dude, that's kind of like sweatshop music to me. But it is what it is.
Yeah, we're at the end of bag 1 of this set, and I don't think it's worth opening the next bag. But there's the little terrain for the Boulder Blaster.
Like my cousin's band gets crap all the time because Hatebreed, he's the original bass player at Hatebreed, and they're one of the hardcore bands that sold out. And they're in all like during the Freddy vs. Jason movie, they went against what their whole music was about, and they made a ton of money. And now they used to tour Ozfest and all that stuff. But like, it's just funny because BTS is like the total opposite of that, where it's like all fully controlled, manufactured music. And I get there's people out there that obviously like it because it sells like crazy, but to me, it's just pretty nuts.
Yeah, I'm not sure who's got their Discord notifications on, but I will remind everyone, if you're not already in the mayohosko Discord server, there is a link in the description to come join us, and we do giveaways on a regular basis for people that are active enough. Unfortunately, no one has qualified for any of the giveaways in the past, so that means that the giveaways just keep on getting bigger and bigger and bigger. So if you want to win mayohosko giveaways, one of the best ways is to be active enough in my server. And also, I saw that I saw that Haley Bricks just followed me on Instagram a little while ago. So that means we should be at 249 if I'm correct. Yeah, 249, and so that means we are 51. We are 51 Instagram followers away from 300, and we'll be doing a giveaway at 300 Instagram followers.
I must say that the JB, the dude who built the fan version of the BTS set, was smart because it was obviously going to get 10,000 votes very quickly because of the BTS in quotes army of fans out there. Like it was good. That's just an IP that will. I mean, Lego's not stupid. They know they're going to make a ton of money off of it. I'm surprised that they didn't make a $500 set. Like, oh yeah, this is popular. Let's make a $500 set.
So I've just put all of the bags on the table so that they're out of my way when I'm cleaning up afterwards. And after this live stream, I'm gonna clean up while listening to some Lego podcasts. Probably a little bit of Hauling and Bowling, a little bit of Kelly Quick Click, a little bit of the A-Full podcast. There's a whole bunch of different podcasts that you should also, whether they are pre-recorded or whether they are live, you should definitely be subscribed to the Kelly Quick Click YouTube channel, the Hauling and Bowling YouTube channel, the A Couple of Brickheads YouTube channel, and for the A-Full podcast, of which, for those who don't know, A-Full is an act. The Brick Trains channel, so that you can see the A-Full podcast with Brick Trains, Wigzar, and Mardi Gras Man 2-3.
Butt Chop, it sounds like, imagine Butt Chop, just imagine NSYNC and then putting a drill in your ear at the same time as listening to NSYNC or Backstreet Boys, and just take a drill and put it into your ear. That's what it sounds like.
I don't play Madden because I don't own an Xbox or a PlayStation.
The funny thing is, though, is that I mean, the kids actually have skills in those K-pop bands. They do. They can sing and dance. They're handpicked out of a bunch of people. But from what I've seen in the documentary, I don't know much about the band itself, but from what I've seen of them in the documentary, I don't think those characters, the minifigs, look anything like them in the set. You can't even tell that it's them unless it was. And if you took that set and it wasn't called BTS, it didn't say BTS on it. It was just a set. People wouldn't know what those minifigs are. Like they don't. It doesn't look like those guys, but it is what it is.
So if anyone missed out on part 2 or 3 of Ninjago Month, on part 1 or 2 of Ninjago Month, this is the stuff we've already built. I posted an Instagram photo after part 2 of all of this stuff together, and now I'm gonna do another photo later today to include the Overlord dragon.
Sorry, I've been building the city on the offside.
Gonna include the Overlord dragon in a photo with all of this stuff. So I'll do that I'll do all of that after I've done cleaning up my room before I film my city update. That'll be early access for pledges on my Patreon. So if again more all of the benefits of joining my Patreon are in the scroll bar below. But one of the better ones is that not only do you get early access, but you also get voting rights.
Yeah, SD. I had family that lived in when I lived in California. I lived up in I lived in LA first just for work. I was there for a few months. Then I switched. I moved up to Oakland, Northern Cali. But I have family. I've been to San Diego a bunch of times. I have family that are military that were there on the bases there. I love San Diego.
While I move something.
San Diego, the weather's amazing. It never changes in San Diego. The weather there is always beautiful. But yeah, I have family in San Diego. Well, they're all military family there on the bases. But every time I've ever been there, I've never been there long enough that the seasons change. But every time I've been to San Diego, the weather's kind of always been the same. Beautiful.
Okay. Yeah, I just needed to move that so that we can get the dragon in shot. Because it's time to go now. Just gotta do the normal spiel when we get out of here, and make sure to note off everyone who left a comment. And we want to get the dragon in shot while we do that, because this is what we built today. Yeah, come on. And I've had all sorts of stability problems with this dragon. So let's.
I didn't realize Makro bounced. I didn't take it back.
Yeah, because he was gonna go a little. He was gonna go half an hour ago.
Yeah, he said earlier he was leaving and then he stayed.
Okay, so let's go back to the top of the chat and let's see who was in the comments today. A lot of comments. Okay, so we had Stud Sidious, who was on the panel, Titanium J, who was on the panel, Eggplant Head, YOLO X, Nate Mr. Blue, Tree of All, A Chip Off the Old Block Toys, Hoarder 66, Makro Bricks, who was on the panel, Gladiator Bricks Creations, Steve Weiser, Axel Plate, Garage Land Studios, Tasman Bricks, Chef T, Scott's Blocks, Click and Cliff. Yeah, where are we? Yes. Country Bricks Build Craze, Hoosier Bricks, Brick Hive, Joseph Nayless,
keep missing Brick Hive's hive streams for some reason. I don't get the notifications. Stupid
A Dead
YouTube.
Bricks collection who was on the panel. Zissou Stardust.
Why do you call him Stardust?
Mama Lego. So for those who don't know, I call Zissou Stardust because his name in a lot of people's live streams is the music tastes better with Seth Bland. And so clearly that's a take on, oh baby, I feel right, the music sounds better with you. Which is probably Stardust's most famous song, and that came out in 1997.
I'm sure he's excited. I know he's a Zelda fan, so I'm sure he's happy about the Zelda sets.
Yeah, a lot of Zelda fans will be happy that Zelda is getting its own sets. Johnny G, Jude 20, Sean the Right Way, El Cobra Commander, Butt Chop 2021, and is there any more? Oh yeah, wait, I can't. Yeah, sorry. SD Bricks, Skyren, still scrolling. Haley Bricks, nearing the end.
Haley is my fellow bulldog lover. She's got American bulldogs, which are awesome.
Yeah, and if anyone doesn't realize, Hoosier Bricks changed his main channel to Hoosier Bricks Live, because that's where he does all of his live stream content. And and sometimes you'll hear a funny conversation over on his live streams. So definitely go watch his live streams, and that's probably the best way you can find Haley Bricks, for those who don't know. And because he made a new channel for his city updates, kind of like how Bricks for Chris made an archive channel of where he's uploading all of his old videos. So that was everyone. Thank you everyone for coming out today. Next week we will be doing a sorting party. So if anyone has any Lego pieces that need sorting, or if anyone has any Lego sets that needs disassembling, if you don't already have access to the sign up sheet, I will send you a link for the sign up sheet so you can register a preferred time slot. If we don't fill out the roster, which normally isn't the case, but I just like to do it as a safeguard. If we don't fill out the roster, then we will make the invitation public to anyone who wants it. I always like to set up the roster as a precaution, just so that we can make sure we can have an organized panel if it ever maxes out, but normally it doesn't max out. So yeah, I've got a whole bunch of Lego that needs sorting, and I'm sure there are other people like yourself watching right now that also needs to sort Lego. So definitely send me a DM if you think you might have the time to register. It's going to be this same time next week. It'll be 8 hours instead of 4 hours, because there's a whole bunch of stuff that needs sorting. We'll have some fun sorting Lego together. Anyway, so now that that's out of the way, oopsie. Let me turn off the music and we can get on out of here. Is there anything that you'd like to? If there were anything that you'd like to plug, or any Lego projects you got coming up, Stud Sidious?
No, I mean, yeah, I have some projects in the works, but I'll see everyone tomorrow if they go on Chops, or no, tomorrow's Saturday, so they won't be on Butt Chop stream. That's Sunday. So on Makro stream, I'll be there probably with everyone else. I'm waiting on some parts for some mocks I'm working on, but same old thing. So just hello, goodbye to everyone in the chat, all my friends out there in the chat. You guys know everyone, all these brick freaks like me.
Yeah, so let's find the spiel. Yes, exactly. Don't forget to leave a like if you haven't done so already. Thanks for reminding us, Johnny G. Always welcome.
And thanks for having me on, as usual, Mayo.
Yeah, no problem. We've had more good Ninjago conversations. Next week on the sorting party, midway. No, sorry, after the first hour, I will actually be doing a ranking of all the original ninja sets that came out in the late 90s. We'll be saving that for next weekend.
You and
Anyway.
TJ always have the with the whenever I don't know what a Ninjago figure is, you guys know instantly. So you guys always have my Ninjago back because I know the sets, I don't know the shows.
Anyway, if anyone doesn't know where to find me, this is where you can find me.
Be sure to like, comment, share, subscribe, and ring that notification bell. It is very important that you subscribe to the mayohosko channel because you can help mayohosko on the journey to interact with as many different people from the LEGO Online YouTube community as possible. I love this community and I love everyone watching this video. I go live every Friday night in North America at 9 p.m. Eastern. And I will always go that time because that's where I know the eyeballs are. So I thank you for watching. You can find me on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, my Facebook fan club, Discord, and Pinterest using links in the description, or go to my website, mayohosko.weebly.com, for all of my links and other external information. You can also choose to invest in the mayohosko channel using the Patreon and Rakuten links in the description. I'm glad that you have chosen to watch the mayohosko channel. You have made a wise choice. I hope that you will come back again, and I hope to see your name in the comments in the future. Thank you for watching.
And with that, let's roll the credits. Good night, everybody. Good night, Stud Cityers.
Later.
Good night. End live stream.